Greetings and salutations. Welcome to Imagine Verse. We are thrilled to present today's story. What if Harry Potter reincarnated in Game of Thrones as the Dragon Mage King and fell in love with Daenerys Targaryen? If these stories bring joy to your day, please consider liking and subscribing. Every bit of support helps us continue this passion project. Now, prepare yourself for an amazing tale. Chapter 1. The Dragon Awakens. The blade came at me fast, but I was faster. Not today, I muttered, sidestepping the assassin's lunge and feeling that familiar tingle of magic course through my veins. With a quick flick of my fingers, a jet of blue flame erupted from my palm, wrapping around the attacker's dagger and melting it instantly. The would-be killer's eyes widened in shock. Poor bastard. They always sent them in without proper intel. King Haeron! Captain Yoris burst through the door with 4 guards, swords drawn. Are you harmed? I kept my eyes locked on the assassin, who had dropped to his knees. I'm fine. Another gift from our friend in Volantis, I presume? The assassin's face remained impressively stoic, but I hadn't survived 2 lifetimes by missing the little tells. The slight twitch at the mention of Volantis told me everything I needed to know. Take him to the questioning chambers, I ordered. But keep him comfortable. He might have useful information. As the guards dragged the man away, I walked to the balcony of my castle that overlooked the bustling port city of Draaris. My kingdom wasn't large, just the strategic strait connecting Blackwater Bay to the narrow sea, plus the surrounding lands, but its location made it vital to trade between Westeros and Essos. That's why people like Tyros Maegor kept sending killers my way. The afternoon sun glinted off the waters where dozens of ships flew my banner, a golden dragon wrapped around a silver staff against a field of deep blue. I smiled at the irony. In my first life as Harry Potter, I'd been a Gryffindor through and through. Now I ruled with the colors of Ravenclaw. Your Grace, said a familiar voice behind me. The council awaits. I turned to see Maester Tully, his chain of many metals clinking softly as he bowed. Another assassination attempt makes for an interesting morning, doesn't it, Tully? The old man's eyes crinkled with concern. The 4th this month, Your Grace. Tyros grows bolder. Or more desperate, I countered, striding back into my chambers to retrieve my crown, a simple band of silver with small blue gemstones that reminded me of the Ravenclaw diadem. Nothing too ostentatious. I'd learned long ago that true power rarely needed to advertise itself. The council chamber hummed with tension as I entered. 6 faces turned toward me, my most trusted advisors in this strange second life I'd been granted. Don't all look so grim, I said, taking my seat at the head of the weirwood table. I'm still breathing, aren't I? Lady Mariah Dalt, my master of coin, didn't smile. Tyros Maegor doesn't send assassins for sport, Your Grace. Our sources say he's gathered a fleet of 30 ships. I nodded. I know. The harbor master spotted unusual movement near the southern islands yesterday. You didn't mention it, said Sir Damon Byrch, my grizzled master of war. I shrugged. I was waiting to see if anyone else had noticed. Good to know my spy network isn't the only one functioning around here. That earned me a few reluctant smiles. Even after 8 years as their king, my informal style still caught them off guard sometimes. Hard to blame them. Most Westerosi rulers weren't exactly known for their easygoing demeanor. The Volantene fleet poses a serious threat, continued Sir Damon. Our navy has 22 ships at present, and while ours are better built, numbers matter. I finished for him. Which is why I've commissioned 5 more warships from the shipwrights. They'll be ready within the month. Lady Mariah frowned. The Treasury will manage. I cut in. The new trade agreement with Dorne has increased our revenue by nearly 20%. Unless you've been embezzling funds for a secret palace I don't know about. She actually laughed at that. No, Your Grace. Though the idea has merit. I turned to Maester Tully. What news from the wider world? The old man unrolled a scroll. Reports from King's Landing suggest growing tension between Lord Stark and the Lannisters. The Hand of the King is asking uncomfortable questions about Jon Arryn's death. I nodded. Ned Stark's honor would get him killed in that viper's nest. Some things were constant across different timelines and worlds. And from the east? Tully shifted uncomfortably. The Targaryen girl is to be wed to Khal Drogo of the Dothraki. The Magisters of Pentos are hosting the ceremony. Something strange happened then, a sudden warmth in my chest, like the feeling when I'd first held my phoenix feather wand all those lifetimes ago. The sensation was so unexpected that I actually placed a hand over my heart. "Your Grace?" Lady Mariah asked, concern in her voice. "I'm fine," I said automatically. But I wasn't. Something about the mention of the Targaryen girl had triggered a magical response in me. In my first life, I would have called it a resonance between magical cores. Here, in this world where magic was different but no less real, I didn't have a name for it. "Tell me more about this Targaryen," I said, trying to keep my voice casual. Tully consulted his notes. "Daenerys Stormborn, she's called. Last daughter of the Mad King. Her brother Viserys has arranged a match, hoping to secure Dothraki warriors for an invasion of Westeros." "And the girl?" I pressed. "What do we know of her?" The council exchanged glances. It wasn't like me to show interest in distant political marriages. "Young, perhaps 16 or 17, Tully said. "Said to be beautiful, as Targaryens often are. Spent her life running from Robert Baratheon's assassins." He paused. "There are whispers she's nothing like her father or brother, gentle, even." The warmth in my chest intensified. 16 and being sold to a Dothraki warlord by her own brother. Something about that struck too close to home, reminded me of another lifetime, being sent back to abusive guardians summer after summer. "When is this wedding to take place?" I asked. "Within the fortnight, Your Grace." I drummed my fingers on the table, mind racing. The timing couldn't be worse with Tyros breathing down our necks, but that strange magical pull wouldn't be ignored. "Your Grace," said Sir Daemon carefully, "you seem troubled by this news." I met his gaze. The Targaryens had dragons once. Their blood carries the old magic of Valyria. Understanding dawned on their faces. My own magical abilities, my control over fire, my communion with dragons, had been the foundation of my power here. Magic was returning to this world slowly, and few understood its importance better than my council. "You believe this girl carries similar gifts?" asked Lady Mariah. "I don't know," I admitted. "But I feel." I searched for words that wouldn't sound completely mad. A connection. Something magical. Something important. In my previous life, I'd learned the hard way that ignoring such feelings usually led to disaster. If this Daenerys Targaryen and I shared some magical bond, it could be significant for the coming winter. I'd had dreams, powerful, prophetic dreams of ice and dead things marching. The kind of dreams that reminded me of my old Scar's warnings. "We need to know more," I decided. "Send our fastest ship to Pentos with observers." Master Tully cleared his throat. "If I may, Your Grace." "By the time we gather information and decide on a course of action, she will already be among the Dothraki. Beyond our reach." He was right, of course. The bureaucratic approach wouldn't work here. I stood abruptly, decision made. Prepare the firestorm for immediate departure. "I'll go myself." The council erupted in protests. "With Tyros threatening our shores." Sir Daemon looked aghast. "The succession isn't secured," Lady Mariah reminded me. "If something happens to you, the kingdom will continue under the council's guidance until a suitable ruler is found." I finished firmly. "This isn't a debate. Sometimes, magic demands action." They fell silent at that. They'd seen enough of my abilities to know I didn't invoke magic lightly. 3 days, I told them. "I'll take the firestorm and a small guard. We'll assess the situation in Pentos and return within 3 weeks." "And if Tyros attacks while you're away?" asked Sir Daemon. I smiled. "Then he'll learn why they call me the Dragon Mage King." The firestorm was my fastest ship, a sleek war galley with black sails and hull painted the deep blue of my house colors. As we prepared to depart the next morning, I stood on the deck, breathing in the salt air and feeling the peculiar magic of this world swirling around me. My rebirth here had been strange. I'd lived a full life as Harry Potter, defeated Voldemort, married Ginny, had children, grown old, and peacefully passed away surrounded by family. Then, suddenly, consciousness in an infant's body, memories intact but trapped in a helpless form. I was born Haeron Fyreheart, son of a minor noble family with Valyrian ancestry on an island in the narrow sea. My parents noticed my unusual eyes, one emerald green, one violet, and the strange birthmark on my chest shaped like a lightning bolt. When I began conjuring flames as a toddler, they feared me, thinking me touched by dark magic. By age 10, I'd mastered enough control to hide my abilities from most. By 15, after my parents died in a storm, I began gathering followers who saw my magic as a gift rather than a curse. By 20, I'd carved out this small kingdom and declared independence from both Westeros and the Free Cities. Robert Baratheon had been too busy whoring and drinking to care about a small strip of land between continents. The Free Cities had tested my resolve with a few skirmishes but backed down when they saw what my magic could do to their ships and armies. 8 years later, Draaris was a prosperous trade hub with a reputation for fierce independence and strange powers. "Your Grace, we're ready to depart," said Captain Joris, interrupting my thoughts. I nodded, watching the dockworkers cast off the mooring lines. "Keep to the shipping lanes. I want to reach Pentos as quickly as possible." "With good winds 3 days," Joris confirmed. "Though I still think a larger escort would be prudent. Speed matters more than strength for this mission," I reminded him. "Besides, 20 elite guards should be enough for a diplomatic visit." As the ship caught the morning breeze and began gliding through the harbor, I felt that strange warmth in my chest again. Something was drawing me to this Targaryen girl. In my first life, I'd learned to trust such magical intuitions. I'd also learned that sometimes, saving people was just the right thing to do. And everything I'd heard suggested Daenerys Targaryen needed saving. The dream came on our second night at sea. Snow swirled around me as I stood atop an enormous wall of ice. The Night's Watch, I realized, the great barrier separating the 7 kingdoms from the lands beyond. But something was wrong. The cold was unnatural, bone-deep, soul-chilling. Blue eyes gleamed in the darkness below. Thousands of them. The dead were marching. "Fire and ice must unite," whispered a raven perched on my shoulder. It had 3 eyes, the third one watching me with ancient intelligence. "The Dragon Mage and the Dragon Queen. Without both, the world falls to ice." The scene shifted. A beautiful young woman with silver-gold hair stood in flames, unburnt, with 3 dragons perched on her shoulders. She looked directly at me, her violet eyes meeting mine across the dreamscape. "Find me," she whispered, "before it's too late." I woke with a gasp, my hands glowing with blue flame that cast eerie shadows around my cabin. The magic was reacting to my emotions, something that hadn't happened involuntarily since I was a child in this world. 7 hells? I muttered, extinguishing the flames with a thought. That was no ordinary dream. It was ascending, a magical message across distance. Whether from the 3-eyed raven or from Daenerys herself, I couldn't tell, but its urgency was clear. I dressed quickly and climbed to the deck. Dawn was just breaking, painting the eastern sky in bands of gold and pink. According to the navigator, we'd reach Pentos by nightfall. "Your Grace," said Joris, approaching with a cup of steaming tea. "You're up early." I accepted the cup gratefully. "Bad dreams." He nodded knowingly. Veterans of battle understood nightmares. "We've made good time. The winds favor us." "Good." I stared at the horizon. "When we reach Pentos, I want to move quickly. We'll head straight to Illyrio Mopatis's manse. That's where the Targaryens are staying." "How do you know that, Your Grace?" I took a sip of tea rather than answer. Some things were better left unexplained, even to loyal captains. "Prepare the men," I said instead. "I want them in formal armor but ready for action. We're coming as diplomats, but we should be ready if diplomacy fails." Pentos sprawled along the coast, its white buildings gleaming in the evening sun as our ship docked. Unlike my sleepy kingdom, this was a major free city, home to wealth and intrigue in equal measure. I changed into formal attire, dark blue and silver, with my house sigil emblazoned on the chest of my tunic. My crown sat lightly on my head, and at my hip hung a slender sword with a dragon-shaped hilt. It wasn't magical like the sword of Gryffindor had been, but it was excellently forged Valyrian steel, one of my kingdom's treasures. "Remember," I told my guards as we disembarked, "we're here on a diplomatic mission. No drawing weapons unless I command it." The harbor master greeted us with obvious confusion. "King Haeron of Draaris? We received no word of your visit." "A sudden decision," I said smoothly, pressing a gold coin into his palm. "Where might I find the manse of Illyrio Mopatis?" The man's eyes widened at the coin, worth more than he'd usually make in a month, and he quickly gave us directions, offering to provide guides. "That won't be necessary," I assured him. "My men and I can find our way." As we made our way through the busy streets, I could feel that strange pull growing stronger. My magic responded, warming my blood and making my fingertips tingle with barely restrained power. Whatever connection existed between myself and Daenerys Targaryen, it was getting stronger with proximity. Illyrio's manse was easy to spot, an ostentatious display of wealth with high walls and ornate gates. 2 guards blocked our approach, crossing their spears as our party neared. "State your business," one demanded. I stepped forward. "King Haeron Fyreheart of Draaris, here to speak with Magister Illyrio and his guests." The guards exchanged glances. Clearly, they hadn't expected a foreign king to appear unannounced. "Wait here," one said before disappearing inside. We stood in awkward silence for several minutes before the gates finally opened. A fat man dressed in yellow silk emerged, surrounded by guards. His beard was forked and dyed yellow to match his robes, giving him the appearance of some exotic bird. "King Haeron," he said with a deep bow that made his many chins wobble. "What an unexpected pleasure! I am Illyrio Mopatis, at your service." "Magister," I acknowledged with a slight nod. "I apologize for arriving without notice, but I recently learned you're hosting the last Targaryens. I wish to meet with them." Illyrio's smile didn't reach his eyes. "Ah, you've heard of our distinguished guests. May I ask why the Dragon Mage King takes interest in them?" So he knew my title. Interesting. Let's just say I have a proposition that might interest them. "Is Viserys Targaryen available?" "Prince Viserys," Illyrio corrected smoothly, "is currently occupied with wedding preparations. His sister is to be married to a great Khal of the Dothraki in 3 days' time." The warmth in my chest flared at the mention of the wedding. 3 days. We'd arrived just in time. "All the more reason we should speak," I insisted. "The matter concerns both Targaryens." Illyrio studied me for a long moment before nodding. "Very well. Please bring your closest guards and follow me. The rest may wait in the guardhouse where refreshments will be provided." I selected Yoris and 4 others, leaving the rest with instructions to stay alert. Something felt off about this whole situation, and my instincts, honed through 2 lifetimes of dangerous situations, were rarely wrong. The manse was as opulent inside as out. Fountains splashed in marble courtyards, and servants scurried about with platters of food and drink. Illyrio led us to a large chamber with open archways overlooking a garden. The evening air was heavy with the scent of exotic flowers. "Please make yourselves comfortable," Illyrio said, gesturing to cushioned benches. "I shall inform Prince Viserys of your arrival." After he waddled away, Yoris moved closer to me. "I don't trust that one, Your Grace." "Nor should you," I agreed quietly. "He's playing some game with the Targaryens. The question is, what game, and for whom?" We didn't have long to wait before the sound of angry voices approached. The door burst open, and a young man with silver gold hair stormed in, his face contorted with rage. "Who dares summon me like some common servant?" he demanded. "I am Viserys Targaryen, the 3rd of his name, rightful king of the Undels and the First Men," Lord of the Seven Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm. Behind him came Illyrio, looking apologetic, and a figure that made my heart skip a beat. She was smaller than I'd expected, with delicate features and those distinctive Targaryen violet eyes. Her silver-gold hair hung in loose waves past her shoulders, and she wore a simple gown of pale blue that couldn't hide her natural grace. But what struck me most wasn't her beauty, it was the magic that seemed to radiate from her, resonating with my own in a way I couldn't explain. Daenerys Targaryen looked at me with curiosity rather than her brother's rage, and in that moment, I knew my impulsive journey had been the right decision. King Haeron Fyreheart, Illyrio announced, though it was hardly necessary now. Ruler of Draaris, known as the Dragon Mage. I stood and gave a formal bow, ignoring Viserys entirely and focusing on Daenerys. Princess. It's an honor to meet you. Viserys stepped between us. You address me first, usurper. I am the dragon. I raised an eyebrow. Usurper? I've taken no lands that were ever Targaryen. My kingdom of Draaris has existed for only 8 years. All of Westeros belongs to me by right. Viserys snarled. My kingdom isn't part of Westeros, I replied calmly. We're independent of both the Seven Kingdoms and the Free Cities. Irrelevant. He was practically foaming at the mouth now. Why have you come here? To mock the true king in his exile? I could see Daenerys flinch at her brother's behavior, embarrassment, and something like fear crossing her face. That sealed it for me. She was a prisoner here, perhaps not in chains, but trapped nonetheless. I came because I heard of Princess Daenerys' upcoming wedding. I said, careful to keep my tone neutral. And I wished to present an alternative arrangement that might better serve the Targaryen restoration. That caught Viserys' attention. His eyes narrowed suspiciously. What arrangement? Perhaps we should sit, suggested Illyrio, ever the diplomat. Wine? I accepted a cup but noticed Daenerys declined. Smart girl, keeping her wits about her in a room full of men with agendas. My kingdom controls the strait between Blackwater Bay and the Narrow Sea. I explained once we were seated. Every ship traveling between King's Landing and Essos passes through my waters. This gives us unique opportunities for intelligence gathering. Viserys leaned forward. Go on. I know that Robert Baratheon's realm is deeply in debt. I know that tensions are rising between the great houses. I know that the time for a Targaryen return might be approaching. I paused. But not with a Dothraki horde. Khal Drogo has promised me 10,000 screamers. Viserys protested. Who won't cross the Narrow Sea? I countered. Dothraki fear salt water. Even if they didn't, how would you transport 10,000 warriors and their horses? Do you have ships? Gold to hire them? Viserys' face reddened, but Illyrio stepped in smoothly. King Haeron makes valid points, my prince. Perhaps we should hear his alternative. I turned to Daenerys, who had remained silent throughout the exchange. Princess, do you wish to marry Khal Drogo? Her eyes widened at being addressed directly. She glanced at her brother, who gave her a threatening look. My brother has arranged the match, she said carefully. It will help restore him to his throne. That's not what I asked, I said gently. For a moment, something like defiance flashed in her eyes. No one has asked what I wish for many years, Your Grace. Viserys slammed his fist on the table. You'll do as I command, or I'll wake the dragon. I'd seen enough. With a casual gesture, I summoned a small flame to dance above my palm, bright blue and clearly magical. Everyone in the room froze. I've heard that phrase from you twice now, Viserys Targaryen, I said quietly. But I see no dragon in you. Only a frightened man hiding behind his family name. The flame in my hand grew, casting eerie shadows across the room. I saw Daenerys staring at it with fascination rather than fear. My alternative is this, I continued. Princess Daenerys comes to Draaris as my honored guest. We form an alliance between our houses. My resources, ships, and soldiers support a Targaryen restoration when the time is right, not through a barbarian invasion, but through strategic alliances with disaffected houses of Westeros. And what do you get from this arrangement? Asked Illyrio, eyes calculating. I extinguished the flame with a thought. That's between Princess Daenerys and myself to discuss privately. Viserys stood abruptly. This is absurd. My sister is to marry Khal Drogo in 3 days. The arrangements are final. Nothing is final until vows are spoken. I countered. And even then, arrangements can change. Are you threatening me? Viserys' hand moved to his sword, though I doubted he knew how to use it. I didn't bother standing. Not at all. I'm offering an alliance that benefits you as well. Unless you prefer to sell your sister to a Dothraki warlord and hope he eventually keeps his promise to help you. The princess is not for sale. Viserys shouted, drawing his sword halfway before Illyrio placed a restraining hand on his arm. Perhaps, the Magister suggested, Princess Daenerys should have some say in this matter. After all, it is her future being discussed. Viserys looked outraged, but something in Illyrio's expression made him pause. Interesting. The Magister had more control over the so-called king than was immediately apparent. Daenerys looked stunned that anyone would ask her opinion. She gathered herself with remarkable composure. I would like to speak with King Haeron privately, she said, her voice stronger than before. To understand what this alliance would truly entail. Absolutely not. Viserys began, but Illyrio cut him off. A reasonable request, Princess. Perhaps in the garden, where you will be in full view but able to speak freely? I nodded. That seems appropriate. I forbid it. Viserys was nearly purple with rage now. I stood slowly. Prince Viserys, your sister is about to be married to one of the most dangerous men in Essos. Surely a conversation with me poses no comparable threat? Illyrio murmured something in Viserys' ear that seemed to calm him slightly. Fine, he spat. But I'll be watching from here. I offered my arm to Daenerys. Princess? She hesitated only briefly before placing her hand lightly on my arm. The moment our skin touched, I felt a jolt of magic pass between us. From her sharp intake of breath, I knew she'd felt it too. The garden was lush and well-tended, with stone benches placed strategically among flowering bushes. I led Daenerys to one partially screened by a trellis covered in night-blooming jasmine. We could still be seen from the main hall, but not easily overheard. You felt that, didn't you? I asked without preamble once we were seated. When we touched. She nodded, eyes wide. What was it? Some kind of magic? Yes, I confirmed. Though I'm not entirely sure what kind. In my experience, when magic recognizes magic, it usually means something important. Magic, she repeated softly. My family once had magic, the ability to bond with dragons. But it died out generations ago. I smiled. I'm not so sure about that, Princess. There's power in you. I can sense it. She studied me with those remarkable violet eyes. They call you the Dragon Mage. Is that because of the flame you created? Partly. I held out my palm and summoned the blue fire again, letting it dance across my fingers. I have an affinity for fire and for dragons. Hence the name of my kingdom, Draaris. Draaris, she repeated. Dragonfire in High Valyrian. I was impressed. You speak the language? Some, she admitted. Viserys insisted we learn the tongue of our ancestors. We fell silent for a moment. From here, I could see Viserys pacing anxiously in the hall, watched closely by Illyrio. You didn't answer Magister Illyrio's question, Daenerys finally said. What do you get from this alliance? Why would you help restore House Targaryen? Direct and intelligent. I like that. The truth is complicated, I said. Part of it is that dream I had, a vision of White Walkers beyond the wall, and you with 3 dragons. Part of it is this strange magical connection between us that I can't explain but can't ignore. Her eyebrows rose. You dreamed of me? With dragons? Yes. 3 of them. Black, green, and cream. She gasped. How could you know? She stopped herself abruptly. No, what? I pressed. She hesitated, then made a decision. Come with me. There's something you need to see. Daenerys led me through a side door and up a winding staircase to her chambers, ignoring Viserys' shouts of protest. 2 of my guards followed at a discreet distance, as did one of Illyrio's servants. Her room was spacious but sparsely decorated, as though she hadn't bothered to make it her own. Perhaps she never expected to stay long anywhere. I knew that feeling all too well from my first life. She closed the door behind us, and went to a large chest at the foot of her bed. From it, she removed a smaller wooden box, which she placed on a table between us. Illyrio gave these to me as a wedding gift, she said, opening the lid. Inside, nestled on velvet, lay 3 dragon eggs, 1 black, 1 green, and 1 cream, exactly as I'd seen in my dream. Even dormant, they radiated a magical energy I could feel across the room. May I? I asked, hand hovering above them. She nodded, and I gently touched the black egg. Warmth surged through my fingertips, and beneath my touch, I could have sworn the egg shifted slightly. They're petrified, Daenerys explained. Turned to stone by the ages, Illyrio said. But sometimes. She placed her own hand on the cream egg. Sometimes I think I feel something inside them. Like a heartbeat. They're not stone, I said with certainty. They're dormant. Waiting. For what? For you, I think. I looked at her intently. These eggs resonate with your magic, princess. I can feel it. She withdrew her hand reluctantly. Even if that's true, what does it matter? In 3 days, I'll belong to Khal Drogo, and these eggs will be just pretty ornaments in a Dothraki tent. I could hear the resignation in her voice, and it sparked something in me, the same righteous anger I'd felt whenever I encountered injustice in either of my lives. It doesn't have to be that way, I said firmly. Come to Draaris with me. You'll be honored as a princess, not sold like a broodmare. Whatever magic is growing in you will have space to develop. And when the time is right, we can discuss your brother's restoration. Hope flickered in her eyes, quickly replaced by doubt. Viserys would never allow it. With all due respect, princess, Viserys is not the dragon. You are. The words hung between us, dangerous and liberating. I could see the effect they had on her, like opening a door she'd never realized existed. Why should I trust you? She asked. I've just met you. Fair question. I extended my hand, palm up. Take my hand, and see what your magic tells you. She hesitated, then placed her slender hand in mine. The connection was immediate, warmth spreading up my arm and into my chest. Her eyes widened. I feel safe, she whispered, sounding surprised. How is that possible? Magic recognizes magic, I repeated. And yours recognizes that mine means you no harm. A commotion outside the door interrupted us. Viserys' voice, raised in anger, demanded entry. Daenerys withdrew her hand quickly. He'll never let me leave, she said, a tremor of fear in her voice. He needs this alliance with the Dothraki. Viserys doesn't have to know until it's too late, I said, thinking rapidly. We could leave tonight. My ship is ready. She stared at me, clearly torn. But the wedding, a wedding to a man you've never met, who doesn't speak your language, who bought you with promises to your brother. I didn't soften the reality. Is that what you want, princess? Before she could answer, the door burst open. Viserys stormed in, face contorted with fury. What treachery is this? He demanded, gaze falling on the dragon eggs. Showing our treasures to this usurper? I stepped between them instinctively. Your sister was merely. My sister does nothing without my permission. He grabbed Daenerys roughly by the arm, yanking her toward him. Magic surged through me, hot and protective. The air around us crackled with energy, and the flames in the wall sconces flared dangerously high. Take your hand off her, I said, my voice deathly quiet. Viserys faltered, sensing the sudden danger. His grip on Daenerys loosened. You forget yourself, he blustered, though with less conviction. She is mine to command. Mine to give to Khal Drogo. She is a princess of House Targaryen, I countered. Not property. Illyrio appeared in the doorway, flanked by guards. Perhaps we should all calm ourselves, he suggested smoothly. It grows late, and King Haeron has had a long journey. Might I suggest we continue this discussion tomorrow, after a good night's rest? It was a reasonable suggestion, but I could see the fear in Daenerys' eyes. If I left now, Viserys might punish her for speaking with me. I would be delighted to accept your hospitality, Magister, I said, not taking my eyes off Viserys. Provided Princess Daenerys remains undisturbed for the night. She and I have much to discuss tomorrow. Viserys opened his mouth to protest, but Illyrio placed a warning hand on his shoulder. Of course. The princess will have her rest. My servants will show you to suitable quarters, King Haeron. I bowed slightly to Daenerys. Until tomorrow, princess. As I followed Illyrio's servant out, I cast one last glance back. Daenerys stood by the dragon eggs, one hand resting protectively on the black one, her expression thoughtful. Our eyes met briefly, and I tried to convey reassurance. Whatever happened next, I wouldn't leave Pentos without her. I spent a restless night in the lavish guest chamber Illyrio provided. The magical connection I'd felt with Daenerys lingered, along with concern for her safety. I wouldn't put it past Viserys to try spiriting her away before morning. To ease my mind, I sent one of my guards to watch her door discreetly. If anyone tried to remove her during the night, I'd know about it. As dawn broke, I rose and went to the window. The view overlooked a different garden than the one where Daenerys and I had spoken, but it was equally lush. Pentos enjoyed a temperate climate year-round, a stark contrast to the harsh winters of the north that I'd seen in my vision. A knock at the door interrupted my thoughts. "Enter," I called, expecting one of my guards with a report. Instead, a small servant girl slipped inside, clutching a folded piece of parchment. "For you, from Princess Daenerys," she whispered, pressing it into my hand before darting back out. I unfolded it quickly, recognizing the hasty scrawl of someone who wasn't accustomed to writing notes in secret. They plan to move me to Drogo's camp at midday. Viserys says the wedding will happen tomorrow instead of in 3 days. Please help if you meant what you said. So Illyrio and Viserys were trying to outmaneuver me. I crumpled the note in my fist, feeling my magic respond to my anger. Blue sparks danced between my fingers, and I had to take a deep breath to calm myself. I needed a plan, and fast. The manse was likely full of Illyrio's spies. Any open attempt to remove Daenerys would be met with resistance. I'd brought only 20 guards, enough for a diplomatic visit, not enough to fight our way out if things turned ugly. But I hadn't survived 2 lifetimes by playing by other people's rules. I summoned Yoris, who appeared moments later, alert despite the early hour. "We have a situation," I told him, keeping my voice low. "The Targaryens are trying to rush the princess to her wedding before we can secure an alliance. I need to get her out of here and onto the firestorm before midday." Yoris frowned. "The Magister has twice our numbers in guards. We won't be fighting if I can help it," I assured him. "But I need you to prepare the men for a quick departure. And send someone to make sure the ship is ready to sail at a moment's notice." While Yoris went to carry out my instructions, I dressed quickly, foregoing my formal attire for something more practical: dark blue trousers and a fitted tunic, with a light cloak that wouldn't impede movement. I strapped on my sword and slipped a dagger into my boot. When in doubt, I'd learned the direct approach was often the most effective. I made my way through the quiet manse, nodding politely to servants who bowed as I passed. At Daenerys' door, I found the guard I'd posted the night before. "Any movement?" I asked quietly. "The princess hasn't left, Your Grace," he reported. "But there's been activity, servants bringing clothes, handmaidens in and out. Preparations for travel, it seems. Good work. Return to the others and be ready to move quickly when I give the signal." He saluted and departed. I waited until he turned the corner before knocking softly on Daenerys' door. A young woman with dark skin opened it, one of Daenerys's handmaidens, I presumed. Her eyes widened at the sight of me. I need to speak with the princess, I said quietly. It's urgent. The girl hesitated, then stepped aside, letting me enter. Daenerys was sitting at her dressing table, while another handmaiden braided her hair in the Dothraki style. When she saw me in the mirror, relief washed over her face. You got my message, she said, turning to face me. I did. I glanced at the handmaidens. Can they be trusted? Daenerys nodded. This is Irri and Jiki. They were gifts from my brother, to teach me the Dothraki ways. Her voice held a note of bitterness. But they've been kind to me. I addressed the women directly. I'm offering Princess Daenerys sanctuary in my kingdom, away from a forced marriage. Will you help us? The two exchanged glances. The one called Irri spoke first. We go where Khaleesi goes. I'm not Khaleesi yet. Daenerys corrected her gently. You are to us, said Jiki with surprising fierceness. I smiled. Daenerys inspired loyalty already. That was a good sign for a future ruler. We need to move quickly, I said, turning back to Daenerys. Illyrio and your brother will try to stop us. She stood, resolution in her eyes. The eggs. I need to take them with me. Of course. I helped her lift the wooden box, surprised by its weight. Is there anything else you need? She looked around the room, at the fine dresses and jewels Illyrio had provided. Nothing that's truly mine, she said softly. Something about her words tugged at my heart. In my first life, I'd known what it was to have nothing that belonged to me, wearing Dudley's cast-offs, sleeping in a cupboard under the stairs. Daenerys had lived in exile, running from city to city, dependent on the charity of those who sought to use her family name. You'll have your own things in Draaris, I promised. Things that are truly yours. Her smile was small but genuine. What's your plan? The direct approach, I said, shifting the box of dragon eggs to a more secure hold. We walk out of here openly, board my ship, and sail before anyone realizes what's happening. She looked skeptical. Viserys will never allow it. Viserys doesn't have to know until we're already gone, I said. It's early yet. With luck, he's still sleeping off last night's wine. And if we're stopped? She asked. I gave her a reassuring smile. Then they'll learn why they call me the Dragon Mage King. We moved through the manse as casually as possible, with Irri and Jiki trailing behind us carrying small bundles of Daenerys's necessities. The servants we passed bowed respectfully, assuming we were simply taking a morning walk. The central courtyard was our first potential obstacle. It connected the private quarters to the main gate, and at this hour, it would likely be busy with staff beginning their daily duties. Stay close to me, I murmured to Daenerys as we approached. If anyone questions us, let me do the talking. She nodded, her face impressively composed despite the tension I could feel in her arm where it rested on mine. The courtyard was indeed bustling. Servants carried breakfast trays, gardeners tended to the fountains, and a group of guards stood chatting near the main entrance. At our appearance, the activity faltered briefly before resuming at a slightly more respectful pace. We had made it halfway across when a familiar voice called out, King Haeron! You're about early. Illyrio waddled toward us from a side passage, dressed in a voluminous robe of purple silk. His eyes flicked to Daenerys, then to the wooden box in my arms, and his genial smile faltered. Magister, I greeted him calmly. Princess Daenerys has kindly agreed to show me the harbor this morning. I hear the sunrise over the bay is spectacular. Indeed it is, he agreed, his smile returning though his eyes remained calculating. But surely the princess has preparations to attend to? The journey to Khal Drogo's camp is not a short one. There's time enough, I said lightly. We won't be long. Illyrio stepped closer, lowering his voice. I fear Prince Viserys would not approve of his sister wandering the city with a foreign king, however distinguished. Daenerys tensed beside me, but I squeezed her hand reassuringly. Prince Viserys, I replied, matching Illyrio's quiet tone, is not here. And as I recall, The princess is not yet married. She is free to walk with whom she pleases. Of course, of course. Illyrio chuckled, though there was no humor in it. But as her host and her brother's friend, I must insist she remain within the manse until the wedding preparations are complete. He gestured subtly, and I noticed several guards moving to block the main gate. So much for the direct approach. I set the box of dragon eggs down carefully, and stepped slightly in front of Daenerys. Magister Illyrio, I said, keeping my voice pleasant, I would hate for our nations to have a diplomatic incident over a simple morning walk. As would I. He agreed smoothly. Which is why I suggest you enjoy the gardens here instead. They are quite lovely at this hour. A tense silence fell between us. I could feel my magic stirring, responding to the threat, but I held it back. Starting a magical battle in the middle of Illyrio's courtyard wasn't the wisest move. Perhaps you're right. I conceded after a moment. The gardens would be lovely. Illyrio's expression relaxed slightly. Excellent. I'll have refreshments sent out, after we return from the harbor. I finished, and with a quick gesture, released a burst of magic. Blue flames erupted around us in a perfect circle, shooting 6 feet high. The guards shouted in alarm, and Illyrio stumbled backward, his face a mask of shock. Princess, I said calmly, picking up the box of eggs again. Shall we continue our walk? Daenerys looked from the flames to me, her eyes wide but not fearful. She nodded. With another gesture, I created a path through the flames toward the main gate. The guards stationed there took one look at the magical fire, and wisely stepped aside. Your Grace! Yoris appeared with our men, weapons drawn. What's happening? A change of plans? I told him. We're leaving now. Escort us to the ship. As we passed through the gates and onto the street beyond, I heard Illyrio shouting for more guards. We'd have company soon. Can you maintain those flames? Daenerys asked as we hurried toward the harbor, flanked by my guards. For a while, I said. But they're more for show than actual barrier. Illyrio's men will be after us soon. Then we should hurry, she said, gathering her skirts and picking up her pace. The streets of Pentos were beginning to fill with morning traffic, merchants setting up stalls, fishermen bringing in their early catches, citizens going about their business. Our group drew curious stares, but no one interfered with an armed party clearly on a mission. We had just come within sight of the harbor when shouts erupted behind us. I glanced back to see a dozen of Illyrio's guards pursuing us, led by none other than Daenerys Targaryen. Faster, I urged, taking Daenerys' hand. The firestorm was where we'd left it, its distinctive blue-black hull standing out among the other ships. The crew had seen us coming and were already preparing to cast off. Treachery! Viserys' voice carried across the harbor. They're kidnapping my sister. Heads turned. This was getting complicated. We reached the gangplank, and I ushered Daenerys aboard, passing the box of eggs to Yoris. Get her to my cabin, I instructed, and prepared to sail immediately. Turning back to face our pursuers, I raised my hands. Magic flowed through me, and with a dramatic gesture, I created a wall of blue flame across the dock. Illyrio's guards skidded to a halt, but Viserys, in his rage, tried to run through it. The flames didn't burn him, I had that much control, but they did knock him backward onto the wooden planks of the dock. She is my sister, he screamed, scrambling to his feet. You have no right! I approached the flame barrier, letting him see me clearly on the other side. She is her own person, Viserys Targaryen. Not your property to sell. You think this ends here? He spat. I'll find you. I'll take back what's mine. I could feel the ship moving beneath me as the crew pushed away from the dock. Time to end this. Princess Daenerys is under my protection now, I declared loudly enough for the gathering crowd to hear. Any who seek to harm her will answer to the Dragon Mage King. With that, I turned and leapt aboard the retreating ship. The blue flames on the dock extinguished themselves as we pulled away, leaving Viserys standing impotently at the edge, his face contorted with rage. As we sailed out of the harbor, I found Daenerys at the stern, watching her brother's diminishing figure. "Are you all right?" I asked, coming to stand beside her. She nodded slowly. "I never thought I'd defy him. All my life, it's been do as Viserys says or wake the dragon. And now?" A small, fierce smile curved her lips. "And now I think perhaps I am the dragon, not him." I returned her smile. "I think you might be right about that, Princess." She turned to face me fully. "Thank you for coming for me. For giving me a choice. Everyone deserves a choice," I said simply. As we stood there, the wind pulling at her silver hair and the sun warming our faces, I felt that connection between us pulse stronger. Whatever magic had drawn me to her, whatever destiny we shared, it was only beginning to unfold. Behind us, Pentos receded into the distance. Ahead lay Draaris, and beyond that, who knew? Dragons, perhaps? A throne, possibly. But first, freedom, something neither of us had ever truly known. "So," Daenerys said after a moment, "tell me about Draaris. What is it like to rule your own kingdom?" I laughed. "Challenging. Rewarding. Never dull." I gestured for her to join me at the ship's rail. "Let me tell you about the time 3 Braavosi ships tried to run the strait without paying the toll." And as the firestorm cut through the waves toward home, I began the story. It was the first of many we would share, this strange Targaryen princess and I, bound together by magic and fate in ways neither of us yet understood. But that was a tale for another day. The sea remained calm as we sailed north toward Draaris. After the excitement of our escape from Pentos, the journey was blissfully uneventful. Daenerys spent much of her time on deck, clearly enjoying the freedom of the open water. Her handmaidens, Irri and Jiki, adapted surprisingly well to ship life, though they still watched the water with suspicion. "The Dothraki fear any water their horses cannot drink," Daenerys explained when I commented on it. "They were raised to believe the sea is poisonous." We were standing at the bow, watching dolphins play in the wake of our ship. The wind had tousled her silver hair, giving her a wild, carefree look I hadn't seen in Pentos. "And what do you believe, Princess?" I asked. She smiled. "I was born during the worst storm in living memory, on Dragonstone. They say the sea tried to claim me that night, but I fought back from my first breath." She ran a hand through her windblown hair. "I think perhaps the sea and I understand each other." I liked that answer. It showed a poetic streak I hadn't expected. "What about you?" she asked. "Were you born during a storm as well, Dragon Mage?" I chuckled. "Not that I'm aware of. Though my birth was unusual in other ways." She waited expectantly, and I realized I hadn't actually told her much about myself. Most people in my kingdom knew the official story, that I was born with strange powers, that my parents had feared me before their deaths, that I'd risen to power through a combination of magic and strategic thinking. But the truth, that I had lived a whole other life before this one, wasn't something I'd shared with anyone. "My parents named me Haeron Fyreheart," I began carefully. "I was born with these different colored eyes and a strange birthmark on my chest. And from a very young age I could do things others couldn't, control fire, sense dragons, see glimpses of the future. That must have been frightening for a child," she said softly. "It was. And for my parents too." I leaned against the railing. "They weren't cruel, but they were afraid. When they died in a storm when I was 10, I was almost relieved." "Isn't that terrible?" She shook her head. "I understand. My brother wasn't always cruel either. After our mother died, he protected me, took care of me. But somewhere along our journey, fear and bitterness twisted him." Her eyes grew distant. "Sometimes I think Viserys died years ago, and I've been following his ghost." We stood in companionable silence for a while, both lost in memories. "The eggs?" I said finally. "May I see them again?" She nodded, and we made our way to my cabin, where the wooden box had been stored for safekeeping. Inside, the 3 eggs lay as before, black, green, and cream, but something had changed. When Daenerys lifted the black one, I noticed tiny cracks on its surface that hadn't been there in Pentos. "They're changing," I said, tracing a finger along one of the fissures. Responding to your presence. And yours? She pointed out. The cracks appeared after you handled them. An idea was forming in my mind. In my kingdom, there's a place, a hidden valley where the last wild dragons in Westeros made their nests centuries ago. The volcanic soil still steams in places. I've felt magic there, old magic, connected to dragons. Her eyes lit up. You think we could hatch them? Actually bring dragons back to the world? I think it's possible, I said cautiously. But it would require a great working of magic, perhaps even a sacrifice of some kind. What kind of sacrifice? She asked, her voice lowering. I shook my head. I don't know exactly. The old Valyrians had blood magic, terrible spells that required death to power them. But there must be another way. She carefully returned the egg to its container. If we could bring back dragons, it would change everything. For House Targaryen. For the Seven Kingdoms. For the world. I added. Especially with what I've seen coming from beyond the wall. She looked at me curiously. You mentioned that before, a vision of White Walkers. What exactly did you see? I hesitated. Talk of White Walkers sounded like madness to most people south of the Neck. But Daenerys had accepted magic and dragon eggs, perhaps she'd believe this too. I saw the dead walking. I told her. Thousands of them, led by creatures with skin like ice and eyes like blue stars. They were marching south, toward the wall. And in my vision, fire, dragon fire, was the only thing that could stop them. She didn't laugh or dismiss me. Instead, she listened intently, her expression serious. My family has old scrolls, or did, before we fled Dragonstone. They spoke of the long night, when darkness fell across the world and the dead walked the lands of always winter. You believe me, then? I believe you saw something, she said carefully. Whether it was the future or just a possibility, I can't say. But if dragons are meant to fight this darkness... She glanced at the box of eggs. Then perhaps that's why these came to me now. Why you and I met. It was a profound thought, that our meeting wasn't chance but destiny. In my first life, I'd been skeptical of prophecy and fate, despite repeatedly finding myself at the center of them. This time around, I was more willing to consider the patterns that magic wove through the world. Whatever the reason. I said, I'm glad our paths crossed, Princess Daenerys. She smiled, and in that moment something shifted between us, the formal diplomatic alliance we'd proposed in Pentos evolving into something more personal, a true connection between two people who understood what it meant to be different, to carry the weight of magic and destiny. Please, she said, call me Danny. My friends did, when I was small. Danny, I repeated, liking the way it sounded. And you should call me Haeron. At least in private. Haeron. She tested, then grinned. I think I prefer Dragon Mage. It has a certain dramatic flair. I laughed. Coming from a princess called Stormborn, that's rich. Her laughter joined mine, bright and genuine, and I realized it might be the first time I'd heard it. It transformed her face, chasing away the shadows of her difficult past. A knock at the door interrupted our moment. Yoris entered, looking apologetic. Your Grace, we've spotted sails on the horizon. Valentine by the look of them. My good humor vanished. Tyros Maegor. Who? Daenerys asked, instantly alert. A rival from Volantis who's been trying to take control of my strait. I explained quickly. How many ships, Yoris? 3 that we can see. Fast galleys, well armed? I nodded grimly. He must have had them patrolling these waters already. Unlikely they're here specifically for us. Even so, Yoris said, they'll attack if they recognize the firestorm. Daenerys looked between us. Can we outrun them? Possibly, I said, already moving toward the door. But I'm tired of Tyros's provocations. Perhaps it's time we sent a clearer message. On deck, the crew was already preparing for potential combat. Extra archers had taken positions on the forecastle, and sailors were readying the ship's catapults. I climbed to the highest point of the stern to get a better view of our pursuers. 3 sleek warships cut through the water about a league behind us, their distinctive crimson sails marked with the tiger of Volantis. They were indeed gaining, their oarsmen driving them forward faster than our wind-powered vessel could manage. Daenerys joined me, her earlier carefree demeanor replaced by calm determination. "What's your plan?" "Normally, I try to outmaneuver them," I admitted. 3 against 1 aren't favorable odds, even with my magic. But, she prompted. I grinned. "But I've never had a dragon princess aboard before. Want to help me make an impression?" Her eyes lit up. "What did you have in mind?" I lowered my voice, outlining my idea quickly. Her smile grew with each word. "Can you really do that?" she asked when I'd finished. "With your help, I think so." I held out my hand. "Are you game?" She placed her hand in mine without hesitation. "Let's wake the dragon." The next hour was a tense game of cat and mouse. The Volantene ships continued to gain ground, and soon they were close enough that we could see figures moving on their decks. A warning arrow arced through the air, splashing harmlessly into the water near our stern, a signal to heave to or face attack. "They're within range, Your Grace," Yoris reported. "Shall we return fire?" I shook my head. "Hold position. Let them come a bit closer." The crew exchanged nervous glances but followed orders. Daenerys stood beside me at the stern rail, her face serene despite the danger. When the lead ship had closed to within 200 yards, I gave a nod to Yoris. "Now." The firestorm suddenly swung about, turning to face our pursuers directly. The maneuver caught the Volantenes by surprise. Prey wasn't supposed to turn and face the predator. I stepped forward, drawing on my magic. Blue flames began to dance around my hands and arms, growing in intensity until they illuminated the entire stern of the ship. Beside me, Daenerys raised her own hands, and I channeled a portion of my power into her, creating the illusion that she too commanded fire. "Citizens of Volantis!" My voice, magically amplified, boomed across the water. "You sail in the waters of Draaris without permission. Turn back now or face the consequences." A jeering shout came from the lead galley, followed by the twang of bowstrings. Arrows flew toward us, but with a gesture, I created a wall of flame that incinerated them mid-air. "Last warning," I called. "Return to your master Tyros and tell him the Dragon Mage King does not tolerate threats to his kingdom or his allies." The Volantene ships continued to advance, their commanders either brave or foolish or both. "Very well," I murmured, then glanced at Daenerys. "Ready?" She nodded, her eyes reflecting the blue flames that surrounded us. "Ready." Together, we raised our arms toward the sky. I drew deep on my magic, feeling it surge through me like a living thing. The flames around us shifted from blue to a mixture of blue and orange, growing higher and more intense. With a shout, I released the magic in a massive burst. A column of fire shot upward, then arched over the water toward the lead ship. As it traveled, the flames took shape, forming the head and wings of a massive dragon, its maw open in a silent roar. The fiery construct struck the lead galley amidships, engulfing the vessel in flames. I controlled the blaze carefully, making it spectacular and terrifying but not deadly, burning the sails and rigging but leaving the hull largely intact. Cries of alarm rose from all 3 ships. The sailors on the burning vessel dove overboard or huddled at the rails, while the other 2 galleys frantically tried to change course. "Again?" Daenerys asked, her voice eager. I laughed, exhilarated by the successful display. "Why not? One more for good measure." This time, our combined gestures sent 2 smaller fire dragons streaking toward the remaining ships. They didn't strike directly but circled the vessels in tight spirals, scorching the water around them and creating a terrifying display of magical power. Within minutes, all 3 Volantene ships were in full retreat, the lead galley limping away under oars alone, its sails and rigging nothing but charred remnants. The crew of the Firestorm erupted in cheers. Daenerys turned to me, her face flushed with excitement. "That was..." She searched for words. Exhilarating! I extinguished the flame still dancing around us with the thought. You did well. Anyone watching would believe you commanded those flames yourself. But I felt something, she insisted. When our magic connected, I felt power flowing through me. I nodded slowly. I think your natural abilities are awakening. The dragons and the eggs, our magical connection, even the small working of fire magic, they're all catalysts. She looked down at her hands in wonder. Do you think I could learn to do what you do? I think, I said carefully, you might do things even I can't imagine. Your family's connection to dragons goes back thousands of years. That kind of magical affinity doesn't just disappear. The sun was beginning to set, painting the sky in brilliant oranges and pinks. In the fading light, with the wind in her hair and the lingering glow of magic around her, Daenerys Targaryen looked every inch a queen. We should reach Draaris by tomorrow afternoon, I told her. I should warn you, my people will be curious about you. A Targaryen princess isn't something they see every day. And what should I tell them? She asked. About why I'm there. About us? It was a good question. What exactly was developing between us? An alliance, certainly. A friendship, definitely. But there was something more, a connection that went beyond political expedience, or even the resonance of our magic. The truth, I said finally, that you've come as an honored guest and potential ally. That together, we're exploring the boundaries of dragon magic. The rest. I met her gaze. The rest can develop naturally, without labels or expectations. She seemed satisfied with that answer. I should check on Iri and Jiki. They were looking a bit green when those ships appeared. As she turned to go, I caught her hand. Danny, what you did today, standing beside me against those ships, without fear, that was impressive. She smiled. I wasn't entirely without fear. But I'm learning that being afraid doesn't mean you can't also be brave. A wise lesson. I agreed. One I've had to learn more than once. She squeezed my hand gently before releasing it. Perhaps someday you'll tell me the full story of Haeron Fyreheart. I have a feeling there's much more to it than you've shared. Someday. I promised. When we know each other better. I look forward to it, she said, and with a final smile, she went to find her handmaidens. I remained at the stern, watching the Valentine ships disappear over the horizon. The encounter had gone well enough. We'd demonstrated power without causing unnecessary death, and Tyros would think twice before challenging me again. But something told me this was just the beginning of our troubles. Viserys wouldn't simply accept his sister's departure. Illyrio, who clearly had his own agenda for the Targaryens, wouldn't either. And Khal Drogo, denied his bride, might take it as an insult worth avenging. We were sailing into complicated waters, figuratively speaking. But looking back at Daenerys, who now stood with her handmaidens near the bow, I couldn't bring myself to regret the path I'd chosen. Whatever came next, we would face it together. Draaris appeared on the horizon the following afternoon, just as I'd predicted. From a distance, it looked like a jewel set in the blue expanse of the strait, white stone buildings climbing the slopes of a dormant volcano, crowned by my castle with its distinctive blue-tiled roofs. It's beautiful, Daenerys said, standing beside me at the rail as we approached. It's home, I replied simply. Built on a foundation of trade and protected by magic and strategic importance. The harbor was busy as always, ships from a dozen nations loading and unloading cargo. Taxes on that trade formed the backbone of our economy, along with exports of our famous blue-dyed cloth and volcanic glass. As the firestorm approached the royal dock, I could see a welcoming committee had already assembled. Word of our return must have spread quickly. Your council doesn't look pleased, Daenerys observed, noting the stern expressions on the faces waiting for us. I chuckled. They're not. I left abruptly with vague explanations, then disappeared for nearly a week. I'll be lucky if Lady Mariah doesn't try to dock my pay. That made her laugh. Do kings receive pay? In a manner of speaking. My personal expenses come from a designated portion of the treasury. Lady Mariah guards it like a dragon with gold. The ship docked smoothly, and gangplanks were extended. I offered Daenerys my arm. Ready to meet Draaris, princess? She straightened her shoulders and lifted her chin. Despite the simple traveling clothes she wore, she suddenly looked every inch royalty. Ready, she confirmed. We disembarked together, followed by Iri and Jiki, who looked relieved to be on solid ground again. The council waited at the end of the dock, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and concern. Your Grace? Lady Mariah said, stepping forward first. We're relieved to see you return safely. Her sharp eyes moved to Daenerys. And with guests. May I present Princess Daenerys of House Targaryen? I said formally. Princess, these are my trusted advisors, Lady Mariah Dalt, Master of Coin, Sir Daemon Byrch, Master of War, Maester Tully, Lord Varon Santagar, Master of Ships, Lady Elira Toland, Master of Laws, and Sir Jorah Mormont, Master of Whispers. I noticed Daenerys' slight start at the last name. Mormont? From Bear Island? Sir Jorah bowed deeply. Indeed, Princess. Though it has been many years since I set foot in the north. Sir Jorah came to us 3 years ago. I explained. His skills have proven invaluable. The exiled knight's eyes hadn't left Daenerys. I served your father, Princess. It is an honor to meet you. She inclined her head graciously, though I could sense her caution. The Mad King wasn't a legacy anyone would want to be associated with. Princess Daenerys comes to us as an honored guest and potential ally. I told the council. She will be staying in the royal apartments. Please ensure all courtesies are extended to her and her handmaidens. Lady Mariah's eyebrow arched slightly. Of course, Your Grace. Though perhaps a private council meeting would be appropriate to discuss the diplomatic implications? Tomorrow. I agreed. For now, I think we could all use rest and refreshment after our journey. The message was clear, questions would wait. The council accepted it with varying degrees of grace, bowing to both Daenerys and myself before dispersing to their duties. Only Sir Jorah lingered, his gaze following Daenerys with an intensity that I found curious. Sir Jorah? I said quietly. Is there something you wish to share? He started slightly, as though caught in improper thoughts. Forgive me, Your Grace. It's just, seeing a Targaryen again after all these years. It brings back memories. Good ones, I hope? A shadow crossed his face. Mixed, Your Grace. Very mixed indeed. With that cryptic comment, he bowed again and departed, leaving me to wonder what exactly our Master of Whispers wasn't saying. Your counsel seems competent, Daenerys observed as we began walking toward the castle. Though not entirely pleased with my arrival. They're cautious, I corrected. As they should be. A Targaryen princess appearing suddenly raises questions about our kingdom's neutrality, about potential conflicts with the Iron Throne, about my intentions. And what are your intentions, Dragon Mage? She asked, a hint of teasing in her voice. I smiled. Right now? To show you your rooms and arrange for a proper meal. Politics can wait until we've both had baths and clean clothes. The castle that crowned Draaris wasn't as massive as the Red Keep or Winterfell, but what it lacked in size, it made up for in beauty and strategic position. Built from white stone quarried from the volcano itself, with accents of blue tile and volcanic glass, it combined defensive strength with aesthetic appeal. Servants bowed as we passed through the main hall, their curious glances at Daenerys mostly well disguised. News of her arrival would spread quickly through the castle and city below. The royal apartments are in the eastern wing. I explained as we climbed a curved staircase. You'll have the suite adjacent to mine. It has the best view of the sunrise over the strait. You've thought of everything, she said, a note of wonder in her voice. I shrugged. I want you to be comfortable here. To feel welcome. The suite I'd designated for her was one of the finest in the castle, spacious rooms with tall windows and balconies overlooking both the city and the sea beyond. The walls were hung with tapestries in shades of blue and silver, and the furnishings were elegant without being ostentatious. This is Daenerys turned slowly, taking it all in. This is too much. Nonsense, I said firmly. It's exactly what a princess deserves. Tears suddenly shimmered in her eyes. I haven't lived like a princess since I was a baby. Always running, always hiding, always in someone else's house, subject to someone else's rules. I wanted to comfort her but wasn't sure how she'd receive a physical gesture. Instead, I said simply, "Those days are over, Dany. Here, you are honored for who you are, not what your name might provide to others." She blinked away the tears and nodded. "Thank you, Haeron. Truly." A knock at the door interrupted us. Lady Mariah entered, followed by several female servants carrying clothing, bathing supplies, and what appeared to be a light meal. "Princess," Lady Mariah said with a formal curtsy, "I've taken the liberty of arranging some necessities for you and your handmaidens. We can discuss a more extensive wardrobe tomorrow, if it pleases you." Daenerys looked surprised but recovered quickly. "That's very thoughtful, Lady Mariah. Thank you." I caught my Master of Coin's eye and nodded appreciatively. Whatever her reservations about Daenerys' arrival, Mariah was too professional to let them interfere with proper hospitality. "I'll leave you to settle in," I told Daenerys. "Perhaps you'd join me for dinner in my private dining room? 2 hours after sunset?" "I'd like that," she agreed. As I turned to go, she called after me, "Don't forget the eggs." I smiled. "Already being brought to your chambers as we speak. They're too important to leave unattended." 2 hours after sunset, as arranged, Daenerys arrived at my private dining room. The transformation was remarkable. Gone was the travel-worn girl from the ship, replaced by a regal young woman in a gown of deep blue trimmed with silver, Draaris colors. Her silver-gold hair had been arranged in a simpler style than the elaborate braids she'd worn in Pentos, with small blue flowers woven throughout. "You look," I searched for an appropriate word, "magnificent." She smiled, twirling slightly to show off the gown. "Your Lady Mariah has excellent taste and impressive resources to produce a gown that fits so well on such short notice." "Mariah is nothing if not efficient," I agreed, offering her a seat at the small table by the windows. "Though I suspect she had help from your measurements from the handmaidens." The dining room was one of my favorite spaces in the castle, intimate rather than grand, with windows overlooking the harbor lights and comfortable furnishings that encouraged conversation rather than formality. I'd ordered a simple but elegant meal, featuring local specialties rather than overwrought court cuisine. "The eggs are safely installed in my chambers," Daenerys said as a servant poured wine for us both. "Near the fireplace, as you suggested." I nodded. "Heat seems to stimulate them. I've noticed the cracks expanding slightly since we brought them aboard the ship." "Do you really think we can hatch them?" she asked once the servants had departed, leaving us alone with our first course, a delicate soup flavored with local seafood. "I believe it's possible," I said carefully. "The magic in your blood, combined with the right circumstances, yes, I think it could happen. But we need to learn more about the process." "The library at the Citadel might have information," she suggested. "Ancient texts about dragon hatching." I smiled at her quick mind. "I've already sent inquiries to the Citadel, and to collectors of rare books throughout Essos. But some knowledge may have been deliberately destroyed after the doom of Valeria. We might need to experiment." She sipped her wine thoughtfully. "Tell me about this volcanic valley you mentioned, where the last wild dragons nested." "It's about a day's ride from here, in the highlands at the center of our island. The locals call it Dragonmount because of the legends of dragons living there centuries ago." I leaned forward, warming to the subject. "There are hot springs, steam vents, even pools of molten rock in some places. The magic there is palpable, wild and ancient." "And you think that magic could help hatch the eggs?" "It might. Dragon eggs need heat beyond normal fire, and they need magic. Dragonmount has both." Her eyes gleamed with excitement. "When can we go?" I laughed at her eagerness. "Give yourself time to settle in first. A few days at least. There are people you should meet, things you should see about Draaris before we go trekking up a volcano." She made a face that reminded me she was still quite young despite her poise. I've spent my whole life waiting, Haeron. Waiting to go home, waiting for Viserys to reclaim his throne, waiting to be sold to a Dothraki call. Now that I have choices, I don't want to wait anymore. I could understand that feeling all too well. 3 days, I compromised. That will give me time to arrange the expedition properly and brief my council on our plans. That seemed to satisfy her. We moved on to other topics as the meal progressed. The history of Draaris, the customs of its people, the challenges of ruling a kingdom situated between 2 continents. Daenerys proved to be a keen listener, and asked insightful questions that showed genuine interest rather than mere politeness. Your people seem to love you, she observed as we finished the main course, a local fish served with spiced rice. The way the servants and guards look at you, with respect, not fear. I nodded. I try to rule fairly. My magic gives me power, but power without justice is just tyranny. My father never understood that, she said quietly. From what I've been told, at least. Viserys always said the stories of our father's madness were lies spread by the usurper, but... She shook her head. I've seen enough of Viserys to know that our blood isn't immune to cruelty or delusion. We are all more than our blood, I said gently. More than our parents or our family names. We make our own choices, forge our own paths. Is that what you did? Forge your own path? I considered how to answer. In a way. I was born different, with magic others couldn't understand. I could have hidden it, denied it, or let it control me. Instead, I chose to use it to build something worthwhile. She studied me with those remarkable violet eyes. There's more to your story, isn't there? Something you're not telling me. Perceptive. But I wasn't ready to reveal my full truth, that I had lived another life entirely, in another world, with different magic and different challenges. There's always more to everyone's story. I deflected with a smile. Perhaps someday I'll tell you all of mine. I'll hold you to that, she said, returning the smile. As we finished the meal with sweet cakes and fruits, I found myself increasingly drawn to her, not just her beauty, which was considerable, or the magical connection we shared, which was fascinating, but her mind and spirit. Despite her difficult life, Daenerys had retained a core of compassion and curiosity that I found remarkably appealing. When the hour grew late, I escorted her back to her chambers. At her door, she turned to me with a serious expression. Thank you for this day, Haeron. For the rescue from Pentos, for the welcome to Draaris, for treating me as a person with choices rather than a piece to be moved in someone else's game. You don't need to thank me for basic decency, I said. In this world I think perhaps I do, she replied softly. Then, rising on her toes, she pressed a light kiss to my cheek. Good night, Dragon Mage. Before I could respond, she had slipped into her chambers, leaving me standing in the corridor with the ghost of her kiss warming my skin and a strange lightness in my chest that I hadn't felt in either of my lifetimes. Good night, Stormborn. I murmured to the closed door, and made my way to my own chambers, already looking forward to the morning. The council meeting the next day went about as well as I'd expected, which is to say, it was a mix of legitimate concerns, political calculations, and thinly veiled curiosity about my relationship with Daenerys. Let me understand correctly, Lady Mariah said after I'd explained the events in Pentos. You've essentially kidnapped a Targaryen princess from under the nose of a Dothraki Khal, potentially provoking both Khal Drogo and whatever allies Viserys Targaryen might have in Essos. I didn't kidnap anyone, I corrected. Princess Daenerys came willingly. She had no desire to marry Khal Drogo. Nevertheless, Ser Daemon interjected, we must prepare for possible retaliation. The Dothraki might see this as an insult to their Khal. I nodded. Increase patrols along our eastern borders. But I doubt Drogo will bring his Khalasar across the sea just for a bride he never met. And what of Robert Baratheon? Asked Lady Ellyra. If he learns we're harboring a Targaryen, he might see it as a threat to his throne. Robert is too busy hunting and whoring to worry about a young woman he believes powerless, I said dismissively. But send word to our friends in King's Landing to gauge the temperature there. Ser Jorah, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Your Grace, I served Robert during his rebellion. He has an unreasoning hatred for all Targaryens. If he learns Princess Daenerys is here, under your protection, he will demand you turn her over. And I will refuse, I said simply. Draaris is not part of the Seven Kingdoms. Robert has no authority here. Which brings us to the most important question, said Lady Mariah, leaning forward. Why is she here? What do you hope to gain from this alliance, Your Grace? I had expected this question and prepared my answer carefully. Princess Daenerys has a unique magical heritage, the blood of old Valyria, the blood of dragon riders. I believe her abilities, combined with mine, could be significant for the future of Draaris and beyond. The eggs? Master Tully said suddenly. The rumors from Pentos mentioned dragon eggs given to the princess as a wedding gift. Did she bring them? She did, I confirmed. 3 dragon eggs, supposedly petrified with age. But I believe they may not be as dormant as they appear. A murmur ran through the council. The implications were enormous. Living dragons? Ser Daemon said, his voice a mix of awe and concern. It would change the balance of power throughout the known world. Exactly, I agreed. Which is why it's vital that Daenerys remains here, where her gifts can develop safely, away from those who would use her, and any dragons, as weapons for their own ambitions. Including yourself? Lady Olyra asked pointedly. I met her gaze steadily. I have no interest in conquering Westeros or Essos, Lady Olyra. My ambitions for Draaris have always been modest: security, prosperity, independence. That hasn't changed. Then what exactly is your plan for Princess Daenerys? She pressed. To offer her safety, education in her magical heritage, and eventually, a choice, to remain here as an ally, to return to Essos, or to pursue her family's claim to the Iron Throne. But that choice will be hers to make, when she's ready. The council seemed to accept this, though I could see lingering doubts in some of their expressions. Only Ser Jorah looked openly skeptical, which I found interesting. What stake did the exiled knight have in Daenerys' future? There's something else, I added. In 3 days' time, I plan to take Princess Daenerys to Dragonmount, to test the theory about the eggs and the ancient magic there. Is that wise? Asked Maester Tully. The valley is unstable in places. We'll take appropriate precautions, I assured him. And a small guard. This is too important to delay. With that, the formal part of the meeting concluded. As the council members gathered their notes and prepared to leave, I asked Ser Jorah to remain behind. When we were alone, I studied him carefully. You have concerns you didn't voice during the meeting. He shifted uncomfortably. Not concerns precisely, Your Grace. Questions, perhaps? About Princess Daenerys? About your interest in her, he corrected. I've served you loyally for 3 years. In that time, I've never seen you show particular interest in any of the many noble ladies who visited our court. Yet suddenly, you sailed to Pentos and returned with a Targaryen princess. I raised an eyebrow. Are you questioning my motives, Ser Jorah? I'm trying to understand them, he replied carefully. The princess is special. Anyone with eyes can see that. I merely wonder if your interest is primarily in her magic, her name, or her. It was a bold question from a subordinate, but I'd always encouraged my counsel to speak freely when we were in private. All 3, if I'm honest, I admitted. There's a magical connection between us that I can't fully explain. Her Targaryen heritage makes her politically significant. And yes, I find her personally compelling as well. Is that a problem for you, Ser Jorah? A flash of something, possessiveness, perhaps, crossed his face before he masked it. Not at all, Your Grace. I merely wish to serve you, and the princess, to the best of my abilities. Understanding the nature of your relationship helps me do that. I wasn't entirely convinced by his explanation, but I let it pass for now. Good. Then you can help by gathering any information you can find about dragon hatching rituals from old Valyria. Your contacts in Essos might have access to texts or tales we lack here. He bowed. Of course, Your Grace. I'll begin immediately. After he left, I remained at the council table, turning over our conversation in my mind. Ser Jorah's interest in Daenerys seemed to go beyond simple curiosity, or even loyalty to a family he once served. I made a mental note to watch him closely in the coming days. Politics and personal feelings aside, I had more immediate concerns, preparing for our journey to Dragonmount and continuing to help Daenerys adjust to life in Draaris. The latter, at least, seemed to be progressing well. Over the next 2 days I showed her the kingdom, the bustling markets of the city, the temples dedicated to gods from both Westeros and Essos, the shipyards where our distinctive blue-hulled vessels were constructed. Everywhere we went, the people greeted us warmly, their initial curiosity about the silver-haired princess quickly giving way to genuine welcome. Daenerys bloomed under this reception. Away from her brother's shadow and the constant fear of assassins, she revealed a natural charm and genuine interest in the people she met. She listened to fishermen's tales, admired craftsmen's work, and played with children in the marketplace, showing a warmth that endeared her to my subjects. On the evening before our planned journey to Dragonmount, we dined again in my private chambers. Daenerys wore another of the gowns Lady Mariah had commissioned for her, this one a deep red that complemented her coloring beautifully. Your people are remarkable, she said as we enjoyed a light soup. So many different origins, languages, customs, yet they all seem united in their loyalty to Draaris. I nodded. It's taken years of careful governance to build that unity. When I first claimed this land, it was a contested territory, technically part of the Crownlands but so far from King's Landing that it was essentially ungoverned. How did you convince Robert Baratheon to recognize your independence? She asked curiously. I smiled. A combination of diplomacy, strategic value, and a demonstration of magical power that convinced his council it wasn't worth the cost of trying to reclaim the territory. Her eyes widened. You threatened King Robert? Not directly, I clarified. I merely arranged for Lord Stannis to witness what happens when a fleet enters our waters uninvited. Which was, let's just say several of his ships found themselves surrounded by blue flames that burned on water. No one was seriously hurt, but the message was clear. She laughed. I wish I could have seen Stannis Baratheon's face. It was rather priceless. I agreed. After that, negotiations were surprisingly straightforward. We pay a nominal tribute to the Iron Throne annually, far less than they would spend trying to retake this territory, and in return, we maintain our independence and control of the Strait. Clever, she said approvingly. Viserys would have demanded total submission or destruction. Which is why Viserys would make a poor king, I replied. Ruling isn't about getting everything you want. It's about finding solutions that work for the most people possible. She nodded thoughtfully. I've been thinking about that, about what kind of ruler I might be, if circumstances ever placed me on the Iron Throne. And what conclusions have you reached? That I would want to break the wheel, she said with sudden intensity. Not just be another spoke in it. Lannister, Baratheon, Stark, Tyrell, they're all just spokes on a wheel. This one on top, then that one on top, and on it spins, crushing those on the ground. I was impressed by the metaphor. And how would you break it? I don't know yet, she admitted. But I know what I don't want, to be like my father, or like Robert Baratheon, or even like Aegon the Conqueror. Conquest is easy compared to ruling justly. You might have the makings of a great queen, Daenerys Stormborn, I said softly. She blushed slightly at the compliment. I've had a good example these past few days. Your people don't just fear you or respect your title, they love you. That's rare. Now it was my turn to feel embarrassed. I've made plenty of mistakes. Ask my council sometime, they keep a running list. She laughed again, and the sound warmed me more than any fire could. In that moment, I knew I was falling for her, not just because of our magical connection or the political advantages of an alliance, but because of who she was becoming now that she was free to be herself. Are you ready for tomorrow? I asked, changing the subject before my feelings became too obvious. Her expression turned serious. Yes. The eggs grow warmer each day. Something's happening to them, I can feel it. Whatever we're meant to discover at Dragonmount, I think it's urgent. I've arranged everything, I assured her. A small party, you and I, for guards, and a guide who knows the mountain well. We'll take the eastern path up, which is longer but safer. She nodded, then hesitated. Haeron, if we do manage to hatch these dragons, what then? It was a question I'd been pondering myself. Dragons hadn't existed in this world for generations. Their return would change everything. Then we faced new challenges, I said honestly. Raising them, bonding with them, protecting them from those who would seek to control or destroy them. But we'll figure it out together. She reached across the table and placed her hand on mine. Together. I liked the sound of that. The touch of her hand sent that now familiar warmth coursing through me, magic recognizing magic. But there was something more to it now, something deeper and more personal than just magical resonance. So do I said softly, turning my hand to clasp hers. We stayed that way for a long moment, connected by touch and magic and something else that neither of us was quite ready to name. Tomorrow would bring new adventures and possibly dangers, but for now, in the quiet of my chambers with the lights of the harbor twinkling beyond the windows, it was enough to simply be together. Chapter 2. Fire meets fire. Dawn broke over Draaris in a blaze of gold and crimson. I stood on my balcony, watching the sun climb above the strait, feeling that familiar tingle of magic in my blood that always accompanied sunrise. Today it felt stronger, more insistent, like the magic knew something important was about to happen. A soft knock at my door pulled me from my thoughts. Enter, I called, turning from the view. Captain Yoris stepped in, already fully armored despite the early hour. Everything's ready for the journey to Dragonmount, Your Grace. Horses are saddled, supplies packed. And our guide? Mara is waiting in the courtyard. She's brought her grandson along as well, says the boy knows paths even she doesn't. I nodded. Mara was the best guide on the island, a woman in her 60s who'd spent her life exploring the volcanic highlands. If anyone could get us safely to the ancient dragon nesting grounds, it was her. And the princess? I asked, trying to sound casual. Yoris's mouth twitched with the hint of a smile. Already in the courtyard, Your Grace. She's been ready since before dawn. That didn't surprise me. In the 3 days since our arrival in Draaris, Daenerys had shown an eagerness to explore and learn that matched my own. The dragon eggs, now kept in a specially constructed container lined with heat-resistant volcanic stone, had been her constant companions. Then we shouldn't keep her waiting, I said, fastening my sword belt and grabbing the light travel pack I'd prepared the night before. The castle courtyard bustled with early morning activity, servants carrying water and supplies, stable hands tending to horses, guards changing their watch. At the center of it all stood Daenerys, looking nothing like the sheltered Princess Illyrio had been preparing to sell to Khal Drogo. She wore practical riding clothes, leather breeches, sturdy boots, and a blue tunic embroidered with my house sigil. Her silver-gold hair was braided back from her face in a simple style suited for travel. Beside her stood her handmaidens, similarly dressed, though only Irri appeared comfortable on horseback. Princess, I greeted her with a smile. You're eager to begin our adventure. She returned the smile, eyes bright with anticipation. I couldn't sleep. The eggs, they're practically humming with energy this morning. I glanced at the special saddlebag strapped to her mount, where the container with the dragon eggs was secured. May I? She nodded, and I placed my hand on the leather saddlebag. Even through the protective container, I could feel the heat radiating from the eggs, far warmer than they'd been when we first brought them from Pentos. Something's definitely happening, I agreed. The magic of Dragonmount might be calling to them already, even from this distance. An elderly woman approached us, her weathered face creased with a lifetime of sun exposure but her eyes sharp and clear. A boy of perhaps 12 trailed behind her, looking at me with undisguised curiosity. King Haeron, the woman said with a brief, practical bow. Been a while since you wanted to visit the dragon nests. Too long, Mara, I agreed. Thank you for agreeing to guide us on such short notice. Wouldn't miss it. Her keen eyes shifted to Daenerys. So this is her, then? The dragon girl from across the sea? Daenerys stepped forward, extending her hand in the traditional greeting of Draaris Islanders. Daenerys Stormborn of House Targaryen. It's an honor to meet you, Mara. The old woman's eyebrows rose slightly as she clasped Daenerys's forearm in return. Got manners, this one. Good. The mountain doesn't respect titles, only respect itself. This is my grandson, Tomas, she added, nudging the boy forward. Been training him in the paths since he could walk. Knows things even I don't about the high country. The boy bowed awkwardly, clearly intimidated by royalty. Daenerys smiled warmly at him. I look forward to learning from you both. Our party was small but well equipped. Daenerys and I, her handmaiden Irri, Jiki had elected to remain at the castle, uncomfortable with horseback riding, Captain Yoris and 3 elite guards, Mara and Tomas. 9 people total, traveling light and fast. The eastern path will take us most of the day, Mara explained as we mounted our horses. We'll camp at the steaming springs tonight and reach the nesting grounds by midday tomorrow. I turned to Yoris. You've left instructions for the council? He nodded. They know not to expect us back for at least 4 days. Lady Mariah will handle any pressing matters of state. And Ser Jorah? A flicker of something, distrust perhaps, crossed Yoris's face. The Master of Whispers sends his regrets that duties prevent him from joining us, but wishes the princess good fortune with her explorations. Interesting. I'd half expected Jorah to insist on accompanying us, given his evident interest in Daenerys. The fact that he'd chosen to remain behind suggested he might be up to something. I made a mental note to discuss it with Daenerys later. Then let's not waste the daylight, I said, spurring my horse forward. To Dragon Mount! The eastern path up the highlands was as beautiful as it was challenging. We rode through terraced farmlands where the rich volcanic soil yielded abundant crops, then through forests of silver-leaf trees unique to our island. By midday, we had climbed high enough to look back and see Draaris spread below us, the castle gleaming white in the sun and the strait beyond sparkling like polished steel. It's breathtaking, Daenerys said, reining in beside me at a viewpoint. I've never seen anything like it. It's home, I said simply, feeling that familiar surge of pride and protectiveness. Built from nothing in 8 years. You've accomplished something remarkable, she said, studying my face. Most men with your abilities would have used them to conquer, not create. I smiled ruefully. Perhaps I'm not most men. No, she agreed softly. You're definitely not. Something in her tone made me look at her more closely. The wind had loosened strands of her silver hair from its braid, and her cheeks were flushed from the exertion of the climb. She looked vibrant, alive in a way she hadn't in Pentos, as though freedom and purpose had awakened something in her. We should continue, I said, reluctantly breaking the moment. Mara says there's a stream ahead where we can water the horses. As we rode on, I found myself thinking about Daenerys's words. In my first life as Harry Potter, I never sought power or conquest. Even after defeating Voldemort, I'd chosen the life of an Auror rather than accepting any of the political positions I'd been offered. That same instinct had guided me in this life, using my abilities to protect rather than dominate. But Daenerys came from a family of conquerors. Aegon Targaryen had used dragons to forge 7 kingdoms into one. What would she do if we successfully hatched dragons? Would her family's legacy of fire and blood assert itself, or would she forge a new path? The stream Mara had mentioned turned out to be a fast-flowing river fed by mountain snowmelt. We dismounted to let the horses drink and took the opportunity to refill our water skins with the crystal-clear water. The locals call this Dragon's Tears, Mara told Daenerys as they knelt by the stream. Legend says it's the tears of the last dragon who lived on this mountain, weeping for her lost kin. That's so sad, Daenerys said, trailing her fingers through the water. Were there really dragons here once? Oh, Mara nodded firmly. My grandmother's grandmother saw one, or so the story goes. Great beast with scales like burnished copper, sunning itself on the rocks near the summit. Tomas, who had been listening intently, chimed in. The old songs say dragons came here to die, or to birth their young. Special magic in the mountain, they say. I joined them at the water's edge. The songs might be right. This whole area is rich with magical energy. You can feel it if you know how to listen. To demonstrate, I closed my eyes and reached out with my senses, the way I might have once felt for a horcrux in my previous life. The magic of this place was different, wilder, more elemental, but it was undeniably present, thrumming through the earth beneath us. Like this? Daenerys asked, her eyes closed in concentration. It feels like a heartbeat under the ground. I opened my eyes in surprise. Yes, exactly like that. You can sense it already? She nodded, looking pleased with herself. It's faint, but it's there. And it's getting stronger the higher we climb. Mara exchanged a significant look with her grandson. She's got the gift, right enough. The old woman murmured. Just like you said, Your Grace. We continued our journey after a brief meal, the path growing steeper and rockier as we ascended. The vegetation changed as well, becoming sparser and more specialized, plants adapted to the harsh conditions of the higher slopes, many with magical properties that Maester Tully regularly harvested for his remedies. By late afternoon, the air had grown noticeably warmer despite our elevation, and a faint smell of sulfur permeated the breeze. We were entering the active part of the volcano, where thermal vents released steam and heated the surrounding rocks. We're nearing the steaming springs, Mara announced. Best place to camp, naturally heated water for bathing, and the ground stays warm all night. An hour later, we crested a ridge and saw our destination spread before us, a series of tiered pools carved into the mountainside, steam rising gently from their surface. Around them, a flat area with sparse vegetation provided an ideal campsite. The locals consider this place sacred, I explained to Daenerys as we dismounted. They believe the waters have healing properties. Do they? She asked, eyeing the invitingly steaming pools. I grinned. Well, they certainly feel magical after a long day's ride. You'll see. We set up camp efficiently, each person knowing their role. The guards established a perimeter, Mara and Tomas gathered firewood, while Daenerys and Irri helped unpack the supplies. I took charge of the container with the dragon eggs, placing it near the largest thermal vent where the heat was strongest. They're definitely responding to this place, I told Daenerys as she joined me. Feel how much warmer they've grown since this morning. She placed her hand on the container and gasped. They're almost too hot to touch. Carefully, I opened the container to reveal the 3 eggs nestled inside. The cracks we'd first noticed on the ship had spread further, creating intricate patterns across the formerly smooth surfaces. The black egg, in particular, seemed to pulse with an inner light that matched the rhythm of the thermal vent's emissions. What's happening to them? Daenerys whispered, reaching out tentatively to touch the black egg. As her fingers made contact, something extraordinary occurred. The egg shifted slightly, rocking back and forth as though something inside had moved. We both froze, staring at the egg in wonder. Did you see that? She breathed, eyes wide. I did, I confirmed, my heart racing with excitement. It responded to your touch. She reached out again, this time placing both hands on the egg. It's alive, she said with certainty. I can feel it, dreaming. I watched in fascination as she closed her eyes, her expression shifting through various emotions, wonder, joy, and finally fierce protectiveness. Whatever connection she was forming with the creature inside the egg, it was powerful and profound. After several minutes she opened her eyes, which seemed to glow with an inner fire. Tomorrow, she said with absolute conviction. Tomorrow they'll be ready. At the nesting grounds. Are you sure? I asked, though I already knew the answer. The magic was speaking to her directly now, in a way I could sense but not fully share. She nodded. They'd been waiting, for thousands of years. Waiting for the right moment, the right place. She looked at me intently. The right people. The implications of that statement hung between us. If what she said was true, if these eggs were about to hatch after millennia of dormancy, it would change everything. Dragons hadn't existed in the world for generations. Their return would shift the balance of power throughout Westeros and Essos. We should rest, I said finally. Tomorrow will be significant. She smiled at my understatement. Yes, I rather think it will be. After a simple but satisfying meal around the campfire, Mara regaled us with local legends about dragons and the mountain. Some were clearly fanciful, tales of dragons large enough to carry entire villages on their backs, or breathing different colored flames with different magical properties. But others contained kernels of truth that aligned with what I knew from historical records. They say the dragons chose their riders, Mara told us, her weathered face dramatic in the firelight. That no amount of chains or whips could force a dragon to accept someone it hadn't selected. Daenerys listened intently. How did the dragon choose? Mara shrugged. The old songs aren't clear on that. Some say it was blood, that dragons could smell their rider's bloodline. Others say it was the strength of will or purity of heart. She chuckled. Though I find that last one hard to believe, given what history tells us about some of those Targaryen dragon riders. That earned a laugh from our group. The Targaryens, for all their majesty, had not always been known for purity of heart. What about magic? I asked. Do the legends mention a magical connection between dragon and rider? Tomas, who had been quietly listening, spoke up. The oldest song mentions fire and the blood. Says a true dragon rider has fire flowing through their veins, same as the dragon. I exchanged a glance with Daenerys. That certainly described both of us, in different ways, my magical control over fire, her Valyrian bloodline with its dragon affinity. As the night deepened and the others retired to their tents, Daenerys and I remained by the fire. The container with the eggs sat between us, the shelves now glowing with a faint internal light that pulsed like heartbeats. Are you afraid? I asked quietly. Of what might happen tomorrow? She considered the question seriously. Not afraid, exactly. Anxious, perhaps. If they hatch. She trailed off, looking into the fire. If they hatch, you become the first person in generations to bond with living dragons. I finished for her. She corrected, looking up at me. They respond to you too, Haeron. Your magic calls to them almost as strongly as my blood does. That possibility hadn't fully occurred to me. In the tales of old Valyria, only those of specific bloodlines could bond with dragons. But magic in this world had always been flexible, adaptive. Perhaps my unique abilities, brought with me from another life, another world, might allow me to form a connection that would normally be impossible. Either way, I said, the world changes tomorrow. She nodded solemnly. For better or worse? Let's aim for better, I suggested with a smile. She laughed softly, and in the firelight, with her silver hair glowing and her violet eyes reflecting the flames, she looked almost otherworldly, a creature of magic and mystery as much as the dragons we hoped to hatch. I never expected any of this, she confessed. A week ago, I was resigned to my fate, to be sold to Khal Drogo, to live and die in the Dothraki Sea. And now, she gestured to the eggs, to the mountain around us, to me. Now everything is possibility. That's what freedom is, I said. The chance to choose your own path. Is that why you created Draaris? She asked. For freedom? I nodded slowly. Partly. I wanted a place where I could use my abilities openly, without fear. Where others like me could do the same. Are there others like you? It was an innocent question, but it touched on the truth I still hadn't shared, that I came from another world entirely, with different magic and different rules. Not exactly like me, I hedged. But there are others with gifts, people who can see fragments of the future, who can shapeshift, who can influence the weather in small ways. Magic isn't as dead in this world as most believe. She caught my phrasing. In this world? As opposed to what other world? Perceptive. I should have been more careful with my words. A figure of speech, I said lightly. Though sometimes I do feel like I'm from somewhere else entirely. She studied me for a long moment, clearly not entirely convinced by my explanation. Someday you'll trust me with the full truth, Dragon Mage. I can wait. Before I could respond, a shout came from the perimeter of our camp. One of the guards was pointing down the path we'd ascended, where torches could be seen moving up the mountainside. Riders approaching, the guard called. At least a dozen. I was on my feet instantly, hand going to my sword. Yoris, secure the camp. Mara, take the princess and the eggs to the upper pool, it's more defensible. No, Daenerys said firmly, standing beside me. I won't hide. If there's danger, we face it together. I wanted to argue but could see from her expression it would be futile. Besides, she had a point. If these riders were hostile, splitting our small party might make us more vulnerable, not less. Fine, but stay behind me, I conceded. And if I tell you to run, you run? Understood? She nodded reluctantly. We took defensive positions around the camp, the guards with arrows nocked and swords ready. I summoned my magic, feeling it warm my blood and gather in my palms, ready to unleash if necessary. The torches drew closer, and soon we could hear the sound of horses laboring up the steep path. Yoris appeared at my side, his expression grave. Could be bandits, he suggested. Though they'd be bold to attack a royal party. Or it could be someone from Draaris, I countered. Though no one knew our exact route except the council. A thought struck me. Or Ser Yara. He knew where we were headed. Daenerys looked troubled by that suggestion. You think he'd send men after us? Why? I don't know, I admitted. But his interest in you has seemed excessive. Before we could discuss it further, the riders came into view around the last bend in the path. The lead figure was immediately recognizable even in the dim torchlight, tall and broad-shouldered, with a distinctive bald head. It's Ser Daemon, Yoris said with relief. And royal guards. Indeed, my master of war was leading a contingent of Draaris soldiers up the path, their blue cloaks distinctive even in the darkness. I lowered my hand, letting the gathered magic dissipate. Stand down, I ordered. It's our own people. The tension in our camp eased, though I remained wary. Ser Daemon wouldn't have followed us without good reason. As the riders entered our camp, I stepped forward to meet them. Ser Daemon? This is unexpected. The knight dismounted, looking tired from the hard ride but grimly determined. Forgive the intrusion, Your Grace, but we received urgent news that couldn't wait. What's happened? I asked, feeling a knot form in my stomach. Two things, he said, glancing at Daenerys. First, a raven from our informant in Pentos. Viserys Targaryen has made an alliance with Khal Drogo. They're gathering a Khalasar to cross the narrow sea, not to invade Westeros, but to attack Draaris and reclaim the princess. Daenerys paled. That's impossible. The Dothraki fear the sea. Apparently your brother's promise of a crown and his sister's return was persuasive enough. Ser Daemon replied grimly. Gold from Illyrio Mopatis is paying for ships from the free cities. And the second news? I prompted, sensing there was more. Ser Daemon's expression grew even more serious. Tyros Maegor has blockaded our harbor with 20 ships. He's demanding we surrender Princess Daenerys to him, claiming she was promised to Khal Drogo and that we've violated some agreement between Volantis and the Dothraki. That's absurd, I said angrily. There is no such agreement. This is just an excuse for Tyros to try taking the strait again. Most likely, Ser Daemon agreed. But it's a serious threat. Lady Mariah felt you should be informed immediately so you could decide whether to continue your expedition or return to defend the city. I turned to Daenerys, whose face showed a mixture of guilt and determination. This is because of me, she said quietly. I brought trouble to your kingdom. No, I said firmly. Tyros has been looking for an excuse to move against us for years. And as for your brother, I shook my head in disgust. He'd sell you to anyone who promised him power. This isn't your fault. She straightened her shoulders. What do we do? It was a complex strategic question. Return to Draaris to face Tyros' blockade? Or continue to the dragon nesting grounds, where we might, if we were very lucky, gain a power that would make our enemies think twice about attacking us? How imminent is the Dothraki threat? I asked Ser Daemon. Weeks away at least, he replied. They still need to gather ships and train their horses to tolerate water. And Tyros' blockade? Can our defenses hold? Ser Daemon nodded. For now. We have enough supplies for a month, and our harbor defenses can prevent any landing attempts. But trade is halted, which will cause problems eventually. I considered our options. The practical choice was to return immediately and deal with Tyros. But something, call it instinct or magical intuition, told me that completing our journey to the nesting grounds was vital. We continue as planned, I decided. We're less than half a day's journey from the nesting grounds. Whatever we find there could change our situation dramatically. And if we find nothing? Daenerys asked softly. I met her gaze steadily. Then we return and face our enemies with the resources we have. But I don't think that will happen. Do you? She glanced at the container holding the eggs, which continued to pulse with that strange inner light. No, she said with growing confidence. I don't think that will happen at all. Ser Daemon looked between us with barely concealed curiosity, but was too disciplined to ask questions. Then I'll return to Draaris with your orders, Your Grace? Yes. Tell the Council to maintain our defenses but take no aggressive action against Tyros' ships yet. Spread word that I'm returning with significant reinforcements. A slight smile tugged at the knight's mouth. Reinforcements, Your Grace? I matched his smile with one of my own. Let's just say that if all goes well tomorrow, Tyros Maegor might reconsider the wisdom of threatening Draaris. We set out at first light, leaving behind the comfort of the steaming springs for the rugged final ascent to the dragon nesting grounds. Ser Daemon had returned to Draaris with most of his men, leaving only 2 additional guards to reinforce our party. The path grew increasingly treacherous as we climbed higher, narrow ledges overlooking steep drops, sections where the rock was hot to the touch from thermal activity beneath. Mara led us confidently, with young Tomas scrambling ahead like a mountain goat to scout the way. The air is different here, Daenerys commented as we paused to rest the horses. Heavier somehow. Like before a storm. I nodded, feeling it too, a pressure in the air that had nothing to do with altitude and everything to do with magic. The closer we got to the nesting grounds, the more palpable the energy became. The magic is stronger here than anywhere else on the island, I explained. It's what drew the dragons to this place centuries ago. And now it's drawing these eggs back, she said, placing a hand on the saddlebag where we carried the precious cargo. They're almost vibrating with excitement. The last part of our journey required us to proceed on foot, leaving the horses at a relatively flat area with good grazing. From there, Mara and Tomas led us up a steep, winding path that had clearly never been intended for humans, more like a game trail worn by some large creature. Dragons? Mara confirmed when I asked. This was their path to the nesting grounds. Even after all these centuries, nothing else grows here. After nearly an hour of challenging climbing, we emerged onto a plateau near the volcano's summit. The sight before us took my breath away, and I'd seen it before. A vast caldera spread out, perhaps half a mile across, its floor covered not with barren volcanic rock but with a strange, glassy black sand that sparkled in the sunlight. Steam rose from dozens of vents scattered throughout the caldera, and at its center, a lake of molten lava glowed red-orange, its surface rippling like water. But most impressive were the nests, enormous circular depressions in the black sand, lined with what appeared to be melted rock that had hardened into smooth, bowl-like structures. Some were small, perhaps the size of a wagon wheel. Others were massive, large enough to hold a full-grown dragon. By the old gods, one of the guards whispered, eyes wide with awe. And the new, added another. Daenerys stood transfixed, her eyes reflecting the orange glow of the distant lava. It's perfect, she breathed. Exactly as I saw in my dreams. I turned to her in surprise. You dreamed of this place? She nodded, still staring at the caldera. Every night since we left Pentos. I saw this place, and I saw. She hesitated, then continued more softly. I saw dragons rising from the fire. The eggs in their container were now visibly moving, rocking back and forth with increasing vigor. The cracks on their surfaces had widened further, and from within, a faint chirping sound could be heard. They know they're home, I said, feeling a surge of excitement. They're ready to hatch. Daenerys took the container from the guard who had been carrying it up the final ascent. What do we do now? I looked toward the center of the caldera, where the lava pool glowed brightest. I think we need to get closer to the heart of the magic. Mara shook her head warningly. The black sand is treacherous, Your Grace. Looks solid, but in places it's just a thin crust over boiling mud or worse. Only safe path is the one the dragons made. She pointed to a series of larger, darker patches that formed a winding path toward the center of the caldera. Step only where the rock is darkest. That's where dragon flame has hardened the ground. With Mara and Tomas leading the way, we made our careful descent into the caldera. The heat intensified with each step, and soon sweat was pouring down our faces. The guards followed behind us, clearly uncomfortable but determined to do their duty. This is far enough for most of you, I declared when we reached a relatively stable area about 100 yards from the central lava pool. Only Princess Daenerys and I will continue. The rest of you wait here. Yoris looked like he wanted to protest, but the increasingly violent movement of the eggs in their container silenced any objections. This was magic beyond normal understanding, and sometimes, magic required privacy. Daenerys and I continued alone, following the path of hardened rock toward the largest of the nests, an impressive depression at least 30 feet across, its edges smooth and glistening as though polished by centuries of use. This one, Daenerys said with certainty, stepping carefully into the ancient nest. This was made for a queen dragon. I followed her into the nest, immediately feeling the difference in the air. The magic here was so thick it was almost visible, shimmering like heat waves rising from sun-baked stone. Daenerys placed the container in the center of the nest and carefully opened it. The 3 eggs, black, green, and cream, were now rocking continuously, the cracks on their surfaces widening before our eyes. Small chirping sounds emerged from within, growing louder and more insistent. What now? She asked, looking to me for guidance. But I was as new to this as she was. I'm not sure. The magic is here, the eggs are ready, but there seems to be something missing. A memory from my first life surfaced, Dumbledore once telling me that magic at its most elemental often required sacrifice. Not necessarily blood, but something of value freely given. I think, I said slowly, that hatching dragons requires a sacrifice of some kind. In the old stories, the price was often paid in blood. Daenerys frowned. I won't sacrifice another life to bring these dragons into the world. There must be another way. Not blood, necessarily, I clarified. But something of value, something personal. Magic, real, deep magic, always requires balance. She considered this, then reached for the silver pendant she wore around her neck, one of the few possessions she'd brought from her life before. This was my mother's, she said softly. The only thing of hers I have. Before I could respond, she had removed the necklace and placed it gently beside the black egg. I followed her example, removing a ring I wore, silver set with a small blue stone that reminded me of the resurrection stone from my first life. For new life, I said, placing it next to the green egg. Daenerys looked at the cream-colored egg, then at me. One more gift is needed. I understood her meaning immediately. Together, we each pricked a finger on the small dagger I carried, allowing a few drops of blood to fall onto the 3rd egg. Fire and blood, she whispered. The words of my house. The moment our blood touched the shell, something extraordinary happened. The egg absorbed the droplets like a sponge takes up water, and the cracks along its surface began to glow with golden light. This light spread to the other eggs, running along the fracture lines like molten gold filling a mold. The chirping from within the eggs grew louder, more desperate. The shells rocked violently, small pieces beginning to flake away. "They need more," Daenerys said with sudden certainty. "They need fire." Without hesitation, she thrust her hands toward the eggs, as though trying to warm them. I didn't know what she hoped to accomplish, until I saw her close her eyes in concentration and felt the surge of magic around us. To my amazement, small flames appeared around her fingers, not blue like my magical fire, but red-orange like natural flame. She was channeling the magic of this place, using it to manifest fire where there had been none. I joined her, adding my own magical fire to hers. Blue and orange flames merged around the eggs, growing in intensity until they obscured the eggs entirely in a swirling vortex of magical energy. The heat was tremendous, yet neither of us felt burned. We were conduits for the magic rather than its victims, channeling ancient power back into these dormant vessels of dragonkind. Within the cocoon of fire, the eggs split open with audible cracks. The flames died away as suddenly as they had appeared, leaving us staring in wonder at what remained. 3 tiny dragons, no larger than cats, blinked up at us from the shattered remains of their shells. The black one, its scales gleaming like polished onyx with veins of scarlet running through them, chirped and stretched bat-like wings. The green dragon, more emerald than forest, hissed softly as it tried its first awkward steps. The cream-colored dragon, with scales of pale gold and hints of copper along its spine, was the smallest but seemed the most alert, its head swiveling to take in its surroundings. "They're beautiful," Daenerys whispered, tears streaming down her face. "Perfect." The black dragon turned toward her voice and chirped questioningly. With instinct that seemed to come from somewhere beyond conscious thought, Daenerys extended her hand toward it. The tiny creature sniffed her fingers, then climbed onto her arm, its claws sharp but careful. "Drogon," she named it softly. "For Khal Drogo, who unknowingly made this possible." The green dragon had focused its attention on me, regarding me with intelligence far beyond what its size would suggest. When I cautiously offered my hand, it climbed onto my arm with surprising grace. "Regal," I suggested, looking to Daenerys for approval. "After your brother Rhaegar, who by all accounts was the best of your family." She nodded, clearly touched by the gesture. The cream dragon, meanwhile, had made its way to both of us, chirping demandingly until Daenerys laughed and picked it up with her free hand. "And this one shall be Viserion," she declared. "Not for my brother as he is now, but for the brother who protected me when we were children, before fear and bitterness poisoned him." The newly named dragons seemed to approve of their titles, each responding with chirps when their names were spoken. More surprisingly, they already showed distinct personalities. Drogon bold and slightly aggressive, Regal thoughtful and observant, Viserion curious and vocal. "They're hungry," Daenerys noted as Drogon nipped at her finger. "What do baby dragons eat?" "Meat, I would imagine," I said. "Cooked meat, given their affinity for fire." As if understanding our conversation, Drogon turned toward a small lizard that had ventured too close to the nest. With surprising speed, the baby dragon launched itself from Daenerys' arm, pounced on the unfortunate creature, and promptly bathed it in a tiny but impressive jet of flame before tearing into its charred remains. "Well," I said, blinking in surprise, "that answers that question." Regal and Viserion immediately took interest in their siblings' meal, abandoning our arms to join the feast. The 3 tiny dragons tore into the lizard with surprising efficiency, their appetites clearly substantial despite their small size. "They've been waiting a long time," Daenerys said, watching them with a mother's pride. "They must be starving." As the dragons fed, I became aware of shouts from where we'd left our companions. Looking up, I saw Yoris and the others staring down at us in astonishment. "Your Grace," Yoris called. "Are those dragons?" I confirmed, unable to keep the joy from my voice. "The eggs have hatched." The expressions on their faces were priceless, a mixture of awe, fear, and disbelief. Even Mara, who had spent a lifetime on this magical mountain, looked stunned by what she was witnessing. "We should return to the others," I suggested to Daenerys. Before our new friends finish that lizard and start looking at our boots for their next meal. She laughed, the sound bright with happiness. Yes, we'll need to find them more substantial food. She held out her arm, and Drogon immediately abandoned the pick-clean lizard bones to return to her. Come, my sweet. There's a whole world waiting to meet you. Rhaegal and Viserion followed their siblings' example, returning to our arms as though they'd been trained to do so. The bond between us and these magical creatures was already forming, something deeper than pet and owner, more profound than even the connection between a rider and a trusted mount. As we made our way back to our astonished companions, I couldn't help but think that the world had just changed irrevocably. Dragons had returned to Westeros and Essos, and with them, magic would flourish once more. For better or worse, a new age had begun. The return journey to our camp was filled with excitement, and constant stops as the baby dragons discovered their new world. Every insect, lizard, or small bird they encountered became potential prey, and their hunting techniques, though clumsy, were surprisingly effective for creatures just hours old. They're growing already, Daenerys observed as we reached the horses. Drogon is noticeably larger than when he hatched. She was right. The black dragon, initially the size of a small cat, was now closer to a large housecat in size. The others had grown as well, though Drogon remained the largest. Dragons in the old tales grew quickly when well fed, I recalled from my reading. Some accounts suggest they could double in size within a month. At this rate, they'll be large enough to ride within a year, Yoris commented, eyeing the creatures with a mixture of wonder and strategic assessment. Daenerys shook her head. Not so soon, I think. The histories say it takes at least 3 years before a dragon can bear a rider's weight. The dragons had become the center of everyone's attention. Even the normally stoic guards were fascinated by the tiny creatures, offering bits of their rations which the dragons eagerly flame-broiled before consuming. They like you, I noted to Daenerys as Viserion curled contentedly around her neck like a scaly scarf. All 3 of them, not just Drogon. They like you too, she pointed out. Rhaegal had indeed chosen to perch on my shoulder, occasionally nuzzling against my ear with surprising affection. I think perhaps they've bonded with both of us. It was unusual, according to the old tales. Typically, a dragon bonded with a single rider for life. But these circumstances were hardly typical, eggs hatched after thousands of years, brought to life by the combined magic of 2 people with very different magical heritages. We should start back to Draaris tomorrow, I said as we made camp for the night. Tyros won't wait forever, and I'm curious to see his reaction to our new allies. Daenerys nodded, her expression turning serious. And we need to prepare for Viserys and the Dothraki. Even with dragons, they represent a significant threat. The dragons are just hatchlings, I agreed. Impressive, but not yet the weapons of war their ancestors were. Still, she said thoughtfully, watching as Drogon practiced short glides from rock to rock, their mere existence changes everything. The last known dragons died out during the reign of Aegon III, nearly 150 years ago. Their return will send shockwaves through Westeros and Essos. She was right, of course. Once word spread that the Targaryens had dragons again, even baby ones, the political landscape would shift dramatically. Some would seek alliances, others would plot to steal or kill the dragons before they grew to full power, and the more ambitious might try to secure dragon eggs of their own. We'll need to protect them, I said, watching Rhaegal snap at a moth fluttering too close to our fire. Until they're large enough to protect themselves. And we'll need to learn how to train them, Daenerys added. The knowledge of dragon keeping died with the last dragons. We're starting from nothing. I smiled at her pragmatic approach. Not quite nothing. We have the magic that hatched them, the bond that's forming, and a safe haven in Draaris where they can grow strong. As the evening wore on, we discovered another interesting fact about our new companions. They had strong preferences about sleeping arrangements. When we tried to create separate bedding for them near the fire, they protested vocally until Daenerys relented and allowed them to curl up with us. Drogon chose to sleep pressed against Daenerys' side, while Viserion nestled between us. Regal, to my surprise, insisted on curling around my neck and shoulders like a living collar. "They're seeking our body heat," I whispered to Daenerys as we lay side by side, separated by the small form of Viserion. "Even with their internal fire, they must regulate their temperature carefully while they're so small." "It's more than that," she replied softly. "They need the connection to us. They can feel our magic, just as we can feel theirs." In the flickering light of the dying fire, with a baby dragon curled trustingly around my neck and another between us, the world felt both surreal and more right than it had in either of my lifetimes. There was a purpose to all of this, to my rebirth in this world, to meeting Daenerys, to hatching these dragons. The pieces were falling into place, though the complete picture remained unclear. "What are you thinking about?" Daenerys asked, her voice drowsy with approaching sleep. "Destiny," I answered honestly. "And how sometimes it finds you no matter how far you run from it." She smiled sleepily. "I'm glad destiny brought you to Pentos that day. Glad it brought us here." "So am I said softly, but she had already drifted off, one hand resting protectively on Viserion's small body. As sleep claimed me as well, my last conscious thought was that, for all the challenges and dangers ahead, I wouldn't trade this moment for anything in this world or my previous one. We began our journey back to Draaris the next morning, the dragons proving to be both a delight and a complication. They refused to be separated from us, which meant we had to carry them as we rode. Drogon and Viserion stayed with Daenerys, while Regal remained firmly attached to me. "They're imprinting on us," I explained as we mounted our horses, Regal chirping excitedly from his perch on my shoulder. "Like birds do with their parents. It's why they won't leave our sides." "I don't mind," Daenerys said, smiling as Drogon nuzzled against her neck. "Though they're getting heavier by the hour, it seems." It wasn't an exaggeration. The dragons were growing at an astonishing rate, feeding voraciously on whatever prey they could find during our frequent stops. By midday, they were nearly twice the size they had been at hatching, with wingspans approaching 2 feet for Drogon, the largest. "At this rate, they'll be the size of dogs by the time we reach Draaris," Yoris observed as we paused to water the horses. "Which presents an interesting tactical question," I mused. "Do we conceal them as we enter the city, or display them openly for maximum impact?" Daenerys considered this, absently stroking Viserion's cream-colored scales. "Concealing them seems pointless. Word will spread the moment we're seen, and rumors will likely outpace the truth. Better to control the narrative," I agreed. "A public arrival, then. Let everyone see exactly what we've accomplished." The journey down the mountain was faster than our ascent had been, and by late afternoon of the second day, we could see Draaris spread before us once more. From this vantage point, we could also see Tyros's blockade, a line of Volantene warships spanning the entrance to the harbor, their distinctive red sails visible even at this distance. 20 ships, Yoris confirmed after studying the scene. All heavy galleys with reinforced rams. They're positioned to prevent any vessel from entering or leaving the harbor. But not positioned to defend against an attack from above, I noted, an idea forming in my mind. Daenerys caught my meaning immediately. "The dragons are too small for a real attack," she pointed out. "They couldn't do significant damage to a ship." "They don't need to," I replied. "They just need to be seen. Remember how Tyros's men reacted when we created the illusion of a dragon attacking their ships? Imagine their response to the real thing, small but very much alive and breathing fire." A slow smile spread across her face. "A demonstration." "Exactly. Not an attack, but a message. Dragons have returned, and they're allied with Draaris. Tyros would have to be a fool to continue his blockade in the face of that reality. He might not believe the dragons will grow large enough to threaten him," Yoris cautioned. I shrugged. "He doesn't need to believe it absolutely. He just needs enough doubt to make him reconsider his position. Tyros is ambitious, not suicidal." We made camp for the final night of our journey on a hillside overlooking both city and harbor. From here, We could see the blockading ships more clearly, as well as the defensive preparations along Draaris' harbor walls, catapults, and scorpions positioned to repel any landing attempt. The dragons had grown restless as we approached civilization, perhaps sensing the increased density of life and activity. They took to making short flights around our camp, never straying far but clearly testing their growing strength and skill. They're natural flyers, Daenerys observed proudly as Drogon executed a particularly graceful turn before landing somewhat clumsily on a nearby rock. Even without instruction or example. It's in their blood, I agreed, watching Regal glide in lazy circles overhead. Just as magic is in yours. She looked at me curiously. You keep saying that magic is in my blood. But I never showed any magical abilities before meeting you. Even with the eggs, nothing happened until you came along. It was a perceptive observation, and one I'd been pondering myself. I think your magic was always there, just dormant. Meeting me, touching the eggs, coming to Dragonmount, these things awakened what was already inside you. Like a catalyst. She suggested, using a term I'd mentioned during our journey. Exactly. And now that it's awakened, it will only grow stronger. I hesitated, then decided to be completely honest. I've seen it happening already. The fire you called to help hatch the eggs, that wasn't entirely my doing. Much of it came from you. Her eyes widened. I felt something flow through me when we were in the nesting ground, but I thought it was just the magic of that place. It was partly that, I acknowledged. But you channeled it, shaped it to your will. That's not something just anyone could do, no matter how magical the location. She looked down at her hands in wonder, then back at the dragons frolicking around our camp. Could I learn to control it? To use it as you do? I believe so, I said. With practice and training. My magic manifests primarily as control over fire and an affinity for dragons. Yours might be similar, given your Targaryen heritage, or it might develop differently. We'll have to explore it together. The prospect seemed to both excite and overwhelm her. Another unexpected gift. She murmured. A week ago, I had nothing that was truly mine. Now I have dragons, magic, and... She looked up at me, something warm in her gaze. And friends who see me for who I am, not just my family name. I wanted to tell her she had more than friendship from me, but the timing didn't feel right, not with guards and guides nearby, not with Tyros' ships blockading our harbor, not with the complication of her brother and the Dothraki looming in our future. Instead, I simply said, you have a home in Draaris for as long as you want one. That I can promise you. Her smile was worth more than all the gold in Casterly Rock. Thank you, Haeron. That means more than I can express. Our moment was interrupted by Yoris approaching with a concerned expression. Riders coming up the road, Your Grace. Flying Draaris colors. I stood, immediately alert. How many? Just 2. Moving fast. Minutes later, the riders arrived, royal guards from the castle, their horses lathered from hard riding. Your Grace, the lead guard said, dismounting hastily. Lady Mariah sent us to find you. There's been a development with the blockade. What's happened? I demanded. A ship from King's Landing arrived this morning, ignored the blockade and sailed straight through. The Volantines fired on it, but it reached our docks safely. The guard paused, clearly unsure how to continue. And? I prompted. It carried an envoy from King Robert Baratheon. He's demanding an immediate audience with you upon your return. Daenerys tensed beside me. Robert sent an envoy? Why? The guard looked uncomfortable. The envoy wouldn't say specifically, Princess. But there are rumors that King Robert has learned of your presence in Draaris. A cold weight settled in my stomach. If Robert knew Daenerys was here, under my protection, it complicated matters significantly. The usurper's hatred of Targaryens was legendary, and he had spent years trying to eliminate the last survivors of the dynasty he'd overthrown. Did the envoy give his name? I asked. The guard nodded. Lord Stannis Baratheon, the king's brother. That was even worse. Stannis wasn't known for diplomacy or compromise. If Robert had sent his stern younger brother rather than a professional envoy, it suggested he considered this a matter of the highest importance. "When did he arrive?" I asked. "Yesterday morning, Your Grace. Lady Mariah has provided appropriate accommodations but has delayed any formal meeting until your return." I nodded, mind racing through the implications and possible responses. "We'll return tomorrow as planned. Make sure Lady Mariah knows to expect us, and our new companions." The guard's eyes widened as he finally noticed the 3 small dragons that had gathered close to us during the conversation. "Are those dragons?" I confirmed. "Recently hatched. And very much part of our response to both Tyros and Lord Stannis." After the guards departed to carry my message back to the castle, I turned to Daenerys, who had gone pale at the mention of Robert's envoy. "He'll demand you hand me over," she said quietly. "Robert won't rest while any Targaryen lives, especially now that dragons have returned." "Then he'll be disappointed," I said firmly. "You are under my protection in my kingdom. Neither Robert nor his brother has any authority here." She looked unconvinced. "You would risk war with the 7 kingdoms for my sake?" "Robert won't go to war over one exiled princess," I said with more confidence than I felt. "Not when he's already deeply in debt and facing rising tensions among his lords. He'll bluster and threaten, but ultimately, he'll accept the reality that you're beyond his reach. And if he doesn't?" I met her gaze steadily. "Then we'll face that challenge together. With 3 growing dragons at our side." She smiled slightly at that, some of the tension leaving her shoulders. 3 very small dragons. "For now," I agreed. "But growing larger every day. And supported by all the resources and defenses of Draaris." As night fell, we made final preparations for our return to the city the next day. The dragons, as had become their habit, insisted on sleeping curled against us for warmth and security. "Tomorrow will be challenging," I said softly to Daenerys as we lay side by side, the dragons snuggled between us. "Tyros, Stannis, the revelation of the dragons to the city, all at once." "We'll manage," she replied with surprising confidence. "We've faced worse odds already and prevailed." I smiled in the darkness. True enough. And having live dragons changes every calculation, even if they are currently the size of large cats. "They won't stay this size for long," she pointed out. "And in the meantime, we have your magic, my newly awakening abilities, and the advantage of surprise." "A formidable combination," I agreed. She was quiet for a moment, then asked, "What will you tell Stannis about me?" "About us?" It was a loaded question, with layers of meaning I wasn't sure I fully understood. What was us exactly? Allies, certainly. Friends, definitely. But there was something more growing between us, something neither of us had put into words yet. "I'll tell him the truth," I said finally. "That you came to Draaris seeking sanctuary, that you've discovered your magical heritage here, and that the dragons have bonded with both of us. I'll make it clear that you're under my personal protection and that any threat to you is a threat to Draaris itself. And if he demands my return to King's Landing for execution, then I'll remind him that his brother's rebellion overthrew a king, not a kingdom. That the actions of your father don't condemn you. And that executing an innocent young woman for the crime of her family name is the act of a tyrant, not a just king." She was silent for a long moment. "You barely know me," she said finally. "Yet you would risk so much for my safety." "I know enough," I replied simply. "I know you're not your father. I know you care about more than just power for its own sake. And I know that you and I are connected by something deeper than political alliance, or even friendship." In the darkness, I felt her hand find mine, our fingers intertwining. "Yes," she whispered. "We are." With that acknowledgement hanging between us, we drifted into sleep, the dragons purring contentedly as they shared our warmth and the magic that flowed between us. Our entry into Draaris the next day was exactly the spectacle I had hoped for. Word of our approach had spread through the city, and citizens lined the streets to catch a glimpse of their king and his mysterious Targaryen guest. When they saw the 3 small dragons perched on our shoulders and saddles, the reaction was immediate and electric: gasps of astonishment, cheers of excitement, and here and there, expressions of fear quickly masked. "They love you," Daenerys observed as we rode through the main avenue toward the castle. "Even with dragons suddenly appearing in their midst, they trust you enough to celebrate rather than panic." "Trust built over years," I replied, waving to a group of children who were pointing excitedly at Regal on my shoulder. "They know I wouldn't bring anything into Draaris that would harm them." The dragons themselves seemed to enjoy the attention, preening and occasionally spreading their wings to show off their colors. Drogon, the most assertive of the 3, even let out small bursts of flame that delighted the crowd. As we approached the harbor district, the mood changed subtly. Here, the effects of Tyros' blockade were more evident: idle sailors, empty market stalls that would normally be filled with goods from incoming ships, worried faces among the merchants who depended on sea trade. "They're suffering already," Daenerys noted quietly. "Even after just a few days of blockade." "Which is why we're going to end it today," I replied, steering my horse toward the harbor walls. The massive stone fortifications that protected Draaris' harbor rose before us, lined with defensive engines and armed guards. From the top of these walls, we would have a clear view of Tyros' blockading fleet, and more importantly, they would have a clear view of us. Captain Yoris had ridden ahead to alert the harbor defenses of our plan. As we ascended the steps to the battlements, the garrison commander greeted us with a salute. "Your Grace." "Princess." "The men are in position as requested." "Excellent," I said, moving to the parapet that overlooked the harbor entrance. From this vantage point, Tyros' blockade was clearly visible: 20 warships arranged in a crescent formation outside the harbor mouth, effectively cutting off access to the sea. I could make out the figures of sailors and soldiers on their decks, no doubt watching our arrival with interest. "What's your plan?" Daenerys asked, Drogon shifting restlessly on her shoulder as he too surveyed the enemy's ships. "A demonstration," I replied. "First magical, then diplomatic." I turned to the garrison commander. "Signal for a parley. I want to speak with whoever commands Tyros' fleet." The commander nodded and gave orders for the signal flags to be raised. Within minutes, a small boat detached from the lead Volantene galley and began rowing toward the harbor. "Now comes the magic," I said with a smile, turning to Daenerys. "Are you ready to show these Volantenes what happens when they threaten the home of dragons?" Her answering smile was fierce. "More than ready." While we waited for the Volantene envoy to reach our walls, I instructed the dragons in what I hoped they would do. Though only days old, they showed remarkable intelligence, chittering among themselves as if discussing my requests. "They understand more than they should at this age," Daenerys noted. "It's as if they were born with certain knowledge intact." "Magic," I said simply. "These aren't ordinary animals. They're creatures of magic, connected to us through bonds deeper than training or domestication." The Volantene envoy, a captain by his uniform, was escorted up to the battlements, his expression carefully neutral despite the astonishing sight of the dragons. He bowed stiffly. "I am Captain Malakwo, representing the interests of Tyros Mager of Volantis," he announced in heavily accented common tongue. "And I am Haeron Fyreheart, King of Draaris," I replied coolly. "With me is Princess Daenerys of House Targaryen, my honored guest and ally." The captain's eyes flickered to Daenerys, then to the dragons, before returning to me. "My lord Tyros demands the surrender of the Targaryen girl. She was promised to Khal Drogo, and her theft has caused great offense. Princess Daenerys was never Tyros Mager's to claim or give away," I replied. "She came to Draaris of her own free will, seeking sanctuary from those who would use her for their own ambitions." The captain's expression hardened. "Volantis has ancient treaties with the Dothraki. The girl's brother agreed to the match. Her removal violates those agreements." "I am not a possession to be bartered," Daenerys interjected, her voice regal despite her youth. "And any agreements made about me without my consent are invalid." Drogon, sensing her anger, hissed at the captain, small tendrils of smoke rising from his nostrils. The Volantene took an involuntary step back, his eyes widening at the sight. "You see our new allies, Captain," I said, gesturing to the dragons. "The first to be born in over a century. They're small now, but growing rapidly. Within a year, they'll be large enough to burn ships. Within 3, they'll be large enough to carry riders." I let that sink in before continuing. "Ask yourself this: does Tyros Maegor truly wish to make enemies of the only dragon riders in the world? For the sake of a blockade that cannot succeed?" The captain's gaze moved from dragon to dragon, his face paling slightly. Those cannot be real dragons. There's some trick, some illusion." I smiled. "Are they? Perhaps a demonstration would help clarify matters." I turned to the dragons. "Draaris." On that command, the High Valyrian word for dragonfire that we'd been practicing with them, all 3 dragons drew breath and exhaled small but very real jets of flame. Regal's fire washed harmlessly over the stone battlement, leaving a scorched mark. Viserion's flame set a nearby wooden banner pole smoldering until a guard hastily doused it. And Drogon, the largest and most aggressive, sent a stream of fire directly over the captain's head, close enough that he dropped to his knees in terror. "Real enough for you, Captain?" I asked mildly as the man struggled back to his feet, visibly shaken. What do you want?" he managed to ask, his former confidence entirely gone. "It's quite simple. Tyros will withdraw his fleet immediately. He will cease all hostile actions against Draaris. And he will acknowledge Princess Daenerys as under my protection, beyond his reach or claim. And if he refuses?" I shrugged. "Then we'll be forced to take more direct action. These dragons may be small, but combined with my own magical abilities. I summoned blue flame to dance across my palm. They can still do considerable damage to wooden ships. Especially at night, when your lookouts might not see them approaching until it's too late." It wasn't an entirely empty threat. While the dragons were indeed too small for a proper military action, I could potentially enhance their natural abilities with my own magic, creating a threat more significant than their size would suggest. The captain swallowed hard. I will convey your message to Lord Tyros." "You do that," I said. "He has until sunset to begin withdrawing his fleet. After that, we consider his blockade an act of war, with all that entails." After the thoroughly intimidated captain had been escorted back to his boat, Daenerys turned to me with a raised eyebrow. "Do you think it will work?" "I think Tyros is ambitious but not foolish," I replied. "The existence of dragons changes every calculation. Even small ones represent a future threat he can't ignore. And if he calls our bluff?" I smiled grimly. "Then we'll have to get creative. But I don't think it will come to that." My confidence proved well-founded. By mid-afternoon, movement could be seen among the blockading ships, sails being raised, oars being deployed. By sunset, the Volantene fleet had withdrawn beyond the mouth of the harbor, maintaining a presence in the distance but no longer actively blocking trade. "A tactical retreat," Yoris observed as we watched from the castle's western tower. "Not a full withdrawal." "Good enough for now," I replied. "Ships can pass, trade can resume, and we've demonstrated that threats against Draaris will not be tolerated." With the immediate crisis of the blockade resolved, we turned our attention to the other challenge awaiting us: Robert Baratheon's envoy, his brother Stannis. "He's been waiting in the eastern solar since midday," Lady Mariah informed us as we entered the castle. "Becoming increasingly impatient, I might add." "Let him wait a bit longer," I said. "I want to settle the dragons first, and I need to speak privately with Princess Daenerys before we face him." Mariah nodded, though her expression showed concern. "Your Grace, I should warn you. Lord Stannis brought a rather significant escort with him. 50 men-at-arms, all wearing the Baratheon colors. That was unusual for a diplomatic mission, especially given the limited size of the ship that had brought them." "Where are they quartered?" "I arranged accommodations in the harbor district, as you would expect. but they'd been seen examining our defenses rather carefully. Taking measure of us, I mused. Preparing for potential conflict? So it would seem. Mariah agreed. I've doubled the castle guard, just as a precaution. I nodded my approval. Good thinking. Now, if you'll excuse us, the princess and I need to prepare for this meeting. In my private chambers, with the dragons exploring their new surroundings with curiosity, Daenerys and I discussed our approach to dealing with Stannis Baratheon. He'll demand my surrender, she said, watching as Drogon clambered onto the back of a chair, testing it for stability before settling. Robert has wanted all Targaryens dead since the rebellion. And I'll refuse, I replied simply. Stannis has no authority here, regardless of who his brother is. It could mean war, she warned. If Robert is angry enough, he might rally the Seven Kingdoms against you. I shook my head. Robert doesn't have the gold, the unity, or frankly, the sober hours in the day to mount a serious campaign against Draaris. And Stannis knows it. Then why send him at all? To test us, I suggested. To see how firmly we hold our position, how significant our resources are, and now, how real our dragons are. Daenerys paced the room, her expression troubled. I don't want to bring war to your kingdom, Haeron. These people have been nothing but kind to me. This isn't about you, I assured her. Not entirely, at least. Draaris has been a thorn in Robert's side since its founding. We control trade routes he wants access to, we harbor people he can't reach, and we maintain independence he can't challenge. You're just the latest excuse for tensions that already existed. She didn't look entirely convinced, but nodded. What's our strategy with Stannis, then? Honesty, but carefully presented, I decided. We acknowledge your presence here, explain it as a matter of sanctuary rather than plotting against the Iron Throne, and make it clear that you're under my protection, as is your right to live free from persecution for your family name. And the dragons? I smiled. They're our strongest argument. Stannis is nothing if not practical. When he sees living dragons, he'll understand that the balance of power is shifting. That alone might temper Robert's rage when he reports back. Should the dragons be present for the meeting? She asked. Absolutely. They're small enough not to be an immediate threat, but impressive enough to make our point. And frankly, they're too attached to us to leave behind at this stage. As if to emphasize this point, Viserion chirped demandingly and climbed into Daenerys' lap, curling up like an overgrown, scaly cat. Regal, meanwhile, had claimed a sunny spot on my desk, watching us both with intelligent eyes. They need names, Daenerys said suddenly. Real names, not just the ones we gave them at hatching. I looked at her curiously. Those weren't real names? She shook her head. They were placeholders. Acknowledgements of the past. But they'll need true names, names that reflect who they are becoming, not just where they came from. It was an interesting thought. In my first life, magical creatures often had names that reflected their nature or destiny. Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix, had been named for the fire that consumed and rebirthed him. Aragog, the giant spider, had a name that hinted at his arachnid nature. What would you suggest? I asked. She considered this, watching as Drogon explored the chambers with predatory interest. I'm not sure yet. I think perhaps they need to show us more of their personalities before we can name them properly. A wise approach, I agreed. Names have power, especially for magical creatures. Best not to rush the decision. A knock at the door interrupted our conversation. Yoris entered, looking troubled. Your Grace, Lord Stannis is growing increasingly insistent. He says if you won't receive him soon, he'll consider it a deliberate insult to the Iron Throne. I sighed. I suppose we've kept him waiting long enough. Tell him we'll receive him in the throne room in half an hour. After Yoris departed, I turned to Daenerys. Are you ready for this? She straightened her shoulders, a regal poise settling over her despite her youth. As ready as I'll ever be. This won't be the first time I've faced someone who wished me dead. But it will be the first time you've done so with dragons at your side, I pointed out. That brought a smile to her face. Yes. That does change things rather significantly, doesn't it? The throne room of Draaris wasn't as grand as the Iron Throne Room in King's Landing, but it had its own imposing beauty. Built of white stone like the rest of the castle, its high ceiling was supported by columns carved to resemble stylized dragons. Blue glass windows cast a cool light throughout the space, and the throne itself, carved from a single piece of volcanic stone veined with blue crystal, sat on a raised dais at the far end. I rarely used the throne room for anything but the most formal occasions, preferring the more intimate council chamber for day-to-day governance. But this meeting with Stannis Baratheon called for all the trappings of royal authority. We arrived first, giving us time to arrange the scene for maximum impact. I took my place on the throne, while Daenerys stood to my right on the dais, a position that made her role clear, not a supplicant or prisoner, but an honored ally. The dragons added the final, dramatic touch. Rhaegal perched on the back of the throne behind my shoulder, while Drogon and Viserion positioned themselves on either side of Daenerys. Though still small, their presence was unmistakable, and their occasional chittering echoed strangely in the large chamber. When all was ready, I nodded to the guards at the main doors. "Send in Lord Stannis." The doors swung open to admit Robert Baratheon's stern younger brother, flanked by 2 knights wearing the Baratheon stag. Stannis was exactly as I remembered him from our previous brief encounters: tall, severe, with a permanent frown etched into his features and close-cropped dark hair already receding despite his relatively young age. As he approached the throne, his gaze moved from me to Daenerys, then to the dragons, his eyes widening slightly in what might have been surprise or alarm. To his credit, he maintained his composure, stopping at the appropriate distance and offering a stiff bow that acknowledged my royal status without suggesting any real deference. "King Haeron," he greeted me, his voice as unyielding as his expression. "I come as representative of my brother, Robert Baratheon, first of his name, King of the Undulls and the First Men, Lord of the 7 Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm." "Lord Stannis," I replied with a polite nod. "Draaris welcomes you, though we're curious about the nature of your visit, given the size of your armed escort." Stannis's jaw tightened. "Precautionary only. These are dangerous waters." "Indeed they are," I agreed mildly. "Especially for those who might threaten our sovereignty." His gaze shifted to Daenerys, his expression hardening further. "I see the reports were correct. You harbor the Targaryen girl." "Princess Daenerys is my honored guest and ally," I corrected him. "She came to Draaris seeking sanctuary, which we have granted." "Sanctuary?" Stannis repeated, his tone skeptical. "Or a base from which to plot against the rightful king of Westeros?" Daenerys spoke before I could respond, her voice clear and confident. "Lord Stannis, I have no designs on your brother's throne. I came to Draaris to escape those who would use me as a pawn in their games of power, including my own brother." Stannis's attention was now fully on her, his expression unreadable. "Pretty words. Yet you style yourself princess, claim royal privilege, and now—" His gaze moved to the dragons. "Now you have hatched creatures that have not existed for generations. Dragons that your ancestors used to conquer the 7 kingdoms. These dragons are hatchlings," I pointed out. "Hardly a threat to Robert's throne at present. But they will grow," Stannis countered. "And when they do, what then? Will you still claim no designs on Westeros?" Daenerys met his gaze steadily. "I cannot predict the future, Lord Stannis. But I can tell you this: I am not my father. I have no desire to rule through fear or to burn those who oppose me. If I ever were to seek the Iron Throne, and that is a significant if, it would be through alliance and support of the people, not conquest." It was a diplomatic answer, neither renouncing her family's claim nor threatening immediate action. Stannis didn't appear entirely satisfied, but he nodded slightly, as though acknowledging the politics if not agreeing with them. "Regardless of your intentions," he said, turning back to me, "King Robert demands her return to King's Landing to answer for her family's crimes." "Crimes she did not commit," I replied firmly. Princess Daenerys was an infant during Robert's rebellion, hardly capable of treason. The Targaryen line itself is the crime, Stannis said bluntly. As long as any of them live, they represent a threat to the stability of the realm. At that, Drogon hissed loudly, small tendrils of smoke rising from his nostrils. The dragon's reaction seemed to startle Stannis, though he quickly masked it. Your brother's insecurity is not Princess Daenerys' fault, I said coolly. Nor is it Draaris' responsibility to appease his fears by surrendering a guest who has done no wrong. Stannis' frown deepened. This is no trivial matter, King Haeron. By harboring the Targaryen girl, you risk the full might of the Seven Kingdoms. I leaned forward slightly on the throne. Do I? Tell me, Lord Stannis, how prepared is Westeros for war at present? The royal coffers are empty, so empty that the crown owes millions to the Lannisters and the Iron Bank. The great houses are restless, with whispers of discontent from Dorne to the north. And now winter approaches, with all the hardship that brings. Stannis didn't deny any of this, which told me my information was accurate. Furthermore, I continued, Draaris is not some defenseless fishing village. We have walls, ships, trained soldiers, and now dragons, small though they may be at present. We also have allies throughout Essos who depend on the trade routes we control. A war against us would be costly, protracted, and ultimately futile. You overestimate your position, Stannis said, though with less conviction than before. Do I? Or do you underestimate the changes these dragons represent? I gestured to the three creatures, who had remained remarkably well-behaved throughout the tense exchange. Their mere existence shifts the balance of power, Lord Stannis. You're a military man, surely you can see that. For the first time, Stannis looked slightly uncertain. The reappearance of dragons was beyond anything the Baratheons had anticipated when sending him here. It changed all calculations, all strategies. What would you have me tell my brother? He asked finally. The truth, I replied. That Princess Daenerys is under my protection. That she has bonded with dragons that will grow more powerful with each passing month. That Draaris remains neutral in Westerosi politics but will defend its sovereignty and its allies without hesitation. I paused, then offered a small concession. You may also tell him that the princess has no immediate plans to challenge his rule, that her focus is on learning to control her dragons and exploring her magical heritage, not on conquest. Stannis considered this for a long moment, his gaze moving between Daenerys and the dragons with calculating intensity. Finally, he gave a curt nod. I will convey your message. But know this, Robert's hatred of Targaryens runs deep. He may not accept such terms, regardless of the practical considerations. Then that will be his choice, I said evenly. And he will bear the consequences of it. With the formal part of our meeting concluded, I invited Stannis to join us for a state dinner that evening, a gesture of diplomacy that he accepted with his characteristic lack of enthusiasm. As he and his knights were escorted from the throne room, Daenerys turned to me. That went better than I expected, she admitted quietly. Though I fear it solves nothing in the long term. It buys us time, I replied, rising from the throne as Regal hopped down to my shoulder. Time for the dragons to grow, for your magic to develop, for our alliance to strengthen. That's no small thing. She nodded thoughtfully. Stannis wasn't what I expected. From the stories Viserys told, I thought all Baratheons were drunken brutes like Robert. I smiled. Stannis is many things, but a drunken brute isn't one of them. He's rigid, humorless, and unforgiving, but also honest, disciplined, and pragmatic. In some ways, he'd make a better king than his brother. A dangerous thought. She teased, though there was truth behind it. Perhaps, I agreed. But it's not my concern who sits the Iron Throne, as long as they leave Draaris in peace. As we left the throne room, the dragons scampering around our feet like eager puppies, I wondered if that statement would remain true in the months and years to come. The arrival of Daenerys, the hatching of dragons, the stirrings of ancient magic, all of these were changing the game in ways I couldn't fully predict. For now, though, we had successfully faced down two immediate threats, Tyros's blockade and Robert's demand for Daenerys' surrender. Whatever came next, we would face it together, with growing dragons at our side and magic in our blood. The world was changing. And we were the ones changing it. The state dinner that evening was a masterpiece of diplomatic theater. Lady Mariah had arranged for our finest silverware, rarest wines, and most impressive dishes, all served in the formal dining hall with its spectacular view of the harbor and the sea beyond. Stannis, predictably, remained stoic throughout, barely touching the wine and responding to pleasantries with minimal courtesy. His attention, however, never strayed far from Daenerys and the dragons, who had created something of a logistical challenge for the dinner. We had attempted to leave them in my chambers with a mountain of fresh meat to occupy them, but their screeching protests had been so loud and distressed that we'd been forced to bring them along. Now they perched on specially constructed stands behind our chairs, occasionally hopping down to beg for tidbits from our plates. "They're remarkably intelligent," Lady Ellyra observed, watching as Viserion delicately took a piece of roasted lamb from Daenerys' fingers. "More like ravens than lizards in their behavior." Dragons were said to be as intelligent as humans, in the old tales, Master Tully added, "though that may have been exaggeration." "I'm not so sure," I replied, stroking Regal's head as the green dragon chirped contentedly. "They understand speech already, respond to their names, and show clear problem-solving abilities." Stannis, who had been silently observing this exchange, finally spoke. "How quickly will they grow?" It was a practical question, typical of the man. "If the old records are accurate, they'll be the size of large dogs within a month, horses within a year, and large enough to ride within 3 years. I answered honestly. "And their fire?" "Already hot enough to burn wood and flesh," I said. "It will grow more intense as they age." Stannis nodded thoughtfully. "My brother will not be pleased. Your brother has spent 17 years being displeased about Targaryens." Daenerys noted with surprising equanimity. "This simply gives him new reason for an old hatred." "True enough," Stannis acknowledged, the closest he'd come to agreeing with her all evening. The conversation turned to other matters, trade routes, the situation in Westeros, the approaching winter. Stannis, while not forthcoming with state secrets, did confirm that tensions were high among the great houses and that the crown's debts were becoming unmanageable. "Borrowing against tomorrow to pay for today," he remarked disapprovingly. "My brother has never understood the value of austerity." As the dinner concluded and servants cleared away the remains of the feast, I suggested that Stannis might appreciate a tour of our harbor defenses the following day, a gesture of transparency that was also a reminder of Draaris' military readiness. "That would be informative," he agreed, rising from the table. "Though I sail with the evening tide tomorrow. King Robert expects my prompt return." "Of course," I said. "We'll arrange the tour for the morning, then." As Stannis and his knights were escorted to their chambers, the council remained behind for a more private discussion. "He'll report everything to Robert," Sir Daemon predicted. "The dragons, our defenses, the princess's demeanor, all of it." "Good," I said, surprising them. "Let Robert know exactly what he would face if he moved against us. Knowledge of strength can be a better deterrent than strength itself." "And if it provokes him instead?" Lady Mariah asked cautiously. "Then we'll deal with that when it comes," I replied. "But I suspect Robert's counsel will urge caution, especially his hand." "Ned Stark is an honorable man," Sir Jorah remarked, speaking up for the first time that evening. "He might not support action against a young woman who's committed no crime herself." I glanced at him curiously. As our master of whispers, Jorah had been notably quiet about Daenerys' arrival and the hatching of the dragons. His comment now suggested he'd been giving the situation considerable thought. "You know Lord Stark?" Daenerys asked him. A shadow crossed Jorah's face. "I was Lord of Bear Island once, sworn to House Stark. Until I sold poachers to slavers and fled Ned Stark's justice." "Yet you speak of his honor," she noted. "A man can recognize honor in those who condemned him justly," Jorah replied. Ned Stark would have taken my head, and by the laws of the North, he would have been right to do so. It was an interesting insight into our normally reserved master of whispers. I filed it away for future consideration. Regardless of Stark's honor, I said, bringing the conversation back to the matter at hand, we should prepare for increased scrutiny from King's Landing. Double the harbor patrols, increase our intelligence gathering in Westeros, and accelerate the training of new troops. The council nodded in agreement, each making mental notes of their responsibilities. And the dragons? Asked Maester Tully. How do we protect them while they're still vulnerable? All eyes turned to the three creatures, who had grown noticeably just in the days since their hatching. Drogon, the largest, was now the size of a small dog, while Regal and Viserion weren't far behind. They stay with Princess Daenerys and myself, I decided. Their safety is our personal responsibility. As they grow, we'll need to create secure spaces for them, but for now, they're safest in our direct care. With the council meeting concluded, Daenerys and I retired to my chambers, the dragons following sleepily behind us. The events of the day had been exhausting for all of us, and the creatures curled up by the fireplace almost immediately, their scales gleaming in the flickering light. 2 threats handled in one day, Daenerys remarked, sinking into a comfortable chair. Tyros and Stannis. Not bad for our first day back. I smiled, pouring us each a small glass of sweet Dornish wine. The first of many challenges, I suspect. Dragons change everything, as you said. She accepted the wine gratefully. I never expected any of this, you know. When you appeared in Pentos, I thought at best you might offer me temporary sanctuary from Drogo. I never imagined. She gestured to the sleeping dragons. Life has a way of surprising us, I said. In both my. I caught myself, but not quickly enough. Both your what? She asked, sharp as ever. I hesitated, then made a decision. After all we'd been through together, perhaps it was time for some truth. Both my lives, I said quietly. This one, and the one before. She stared at me, wine forgotten. What do you mean? I took a deep breath. This is not my first life, Daenerys. Before I was Haeron Fyreheart, I lived another existence entirely, in another world with different magic and different challenges. I died there as an old man and was reborn here, with all my memories intact. Her eyes widened. Is that even possible? Apparently so, since it happened, I said with a small smile. I don't know why or how. Perhaps it was some cosmic accident, or perhaps there was purpose to it. But everything I know about magic, everything I can do, it comes from that previous life, combined with what I've learned in this one. Who were you? She asked softly. Before? My name was Harry Potter. I told her. I was a wizard, a magic user, in a world where magic was hidden from most people. I fought in a magical war, lost many I loved, eventually married and had children, lived to see my grandchildren grow up, and died peacefully in my sleep at the age of 115. She was silent for a long moment, processing this extraordinary revelation. That's why you sometimes say strange things, or know things you shouldn't, or look at our world as if you're comparing it to something else. I nodded, impressed by her perception. Yes. Even after 28 years in this life, I still find myself thinking in terms of my first existence sometimes. Why tell me this now? She asked. Because I trust you, I said simply. Because we've faced dangers together, hatched dragons together, begun to build something important together. And because secrets have a way of creating distance between people who should be close. She considered this, her expression thoughtful. Thank you for trusting me, she said finally. It explains so much about you, your confidence, your perspective, the way you rule. You've had an entire lifetime of experience that others haven't. It's both a blessing and a burden, I admitted. Knowing what I know, remembering what I remember, while living this new life. Is that why you created Draaris? To have a fresh start? I nodded. Partly. I wanted to build something that combined the best of what I'd learned in both lives. A place of safety and possibility, where magic could flourish openly rather than in hiding. She looked at the sleeping dragons, then back at me. And now you have me and 3 dragons complicating your carefully built kingdom. I laughed softly. Complicating, yes. But also enriching. I don't regret it, Dany. Not for a moment. The use of her nickname, the first time I'd used it since our journey to Dragonmount, seemed to touch her. She rose from her chair and came to stand before me, her expression soft in the firelight. Nor do I, she said quietly, regret any of it. There was a moment of perfect understanding between us, 2 people with extraordinary histories, extraordinary gifts, and now, an extraordinary connection. Almost without thinking, I reached out to touch her cheek gently. Whatever comes next, I said softly, we face it together. Together. She agreed, leaning slightly into my touch. The moment was broken by Drogon chirping in his sleep, his wings twitching as he dreamed of flying perhaps. We both laughed, the tension dissipating but the connection remaining. We should rest, I suggested. Tomorrow brings Stannis' tour, more dragon training, and who knows what other challenges. She nodded, reluctantly stepping back. Should I take them to my chambers? She asked, nodding toward the sleeping dragons. They seem comfortable here, I observed. And separating them might distress them. Why don't you stay as well? There's a guest chamber connected to these rooms. It was a practical suggestion, but we both knew it represented something more, a shifting of boundaries, an acknowledgement of deepening ties. Thank you, she said simply. I think that would be best for them. As she retired to the adjacent chamber, I remained by the fire a while longer, watching the dragons sleep and reflecting on the day's events. So much had changed in such a short time, the hatching of dragons, the confrontations with Tyros and Stannis, my revelation to Daenerys about my past. Yet for all these external changes, perhaps the most significant shift was internal, the growing certainty that Daenerys Targaryen was becoming essential to me, not just as an ally or friend, but as something more profound. What that meant for our future, for Draaris, for the wider world of Westeros and Essos, I couldn't yet say. But for the first time in either of my lives, I felt as though pieces were falling into place, as though a pattern long obscured was finally becoming clear. Dragons had returned to the world. Magic was growing stronger. And 2 people from vastly different backgrounds had found each other across impossible odds. Whatever destiny had in store for us next, I was ready to face it, with Daenerys at my side and fire in our blood. Chapter 3: Crowns and Flames. 3 weeks after Stannis Baratheon's departure, I stood on the training grounds outside the castle, watching Daenerys practice her newly awakening magical abilities. The morning sun caught her silver-gold hair, making it shine like polished metal as she focused intently on the task at hand. Remember, I called to her. Magic responds to emotion and intent. Feel the heat in your blood, direct it with your will. She nodded, eyes narrowed in concentration as she extended her hands toward a row of candles we'd set up. Taking a deep breath, she made a swift gesture. Small flames flickered to life along the wicks, not all at once, but in a rippling sequence, like dominoes falling. I did it! She exclaimed, turning to me with a brilliant smile. Impressive, I agreed, genuinely proud of her progress. Your control is getting better every day. In the 3 weeks since we'd returned from Dragonmount, Daenerys had thrown herself into developing her magical talents with remarkable dedication. What had begun as small sparks and flickers had evolved into reliable flame casting, though still nothing approaching the power I could wield after 2 lifetimes of magical practice. It feels more natural now, she said, extinguishing the candles with another gesture. Less like I'm forcing something alien and more like I'm directing something that's part of me. That's exactly right, I confirmed. The magic has always been in your blood, it just needed the right catalyst to awaken it. A shadow passed overhead, accompanied by an excited screech. We looked up to see Drogon circling the training yard, his black wings spread wide against the blue sky. In just 3 weeks, the dragons had grown from cat-sized hatchlings to the size of large dogs, their appetites increasing proportionally. Show off, Daenerys called affectionately as the black dragon executed a particularly showy dive before landing beside her. She stroked his scaled head, which now came up to her waist. He's getting faster every day. And hungrier, I noted as Regal and Viserion appeared from the direction of the kitchens, their jaws still working on whatever snack they'd managed to charm from the cooks. The dragons had quickly become beloved by most of the castle staff, who spoiled them shamelessly despite my warnings about maintaining discipline. Regal trotted to my side, bumping his head against my leg in greeting. Though Drogon remained primarily bonded to Daenerys and Regal to me, Viserion had developed a more independent streak, dividing his attention between us and occasionally wandering off on solo explorations of the castle. "Your Grace," called a voice from the edge of the training yard. Captain Yoris approached, his expression serious despite the domestic scene. "The council has assembled as requested. The reports from Essos have arrived." I nodded, my mood sobering. "We'll be right there." As we walked toward the council chamber, dragons trailing behind us like oversized pets, Daenerys asked quietly, "Do you think it's true? About Viserys and the Dothraki?" "Our sources have been reliable so far," I replied. "If they say your brother has secured ships for Khal Drogo's Khalasar, I'm inclined to believe it." Her face tightened. "I never thought he'd actually convince them to cross the sea. The Dothraki fear salt water, they believe it's poisonous. Fear can be overcome when the prize is sufficiently tempting," I said. "And your brother has promised Drogo not just you, but a kingdom. A kingdom that isn't his to give," she pointed out. "When has that ever stopped ambitious men?" The council was waiting when we arrived, their faces grave around the weirwood table. The dragons settled in a corner of the room, curling up together in a now familiar pile of scales and wings, though their eyes remained alert, watching the proceedings with unsettling intelligence. "The news isn't good, I take it?" I asked, taking my seat at the head of the table. Lady Mariah shook her head. "Our agent in Pentos confirms it. Viserys Targaryen has contracted 20 trading ships from the Free Cities, enough to transport 5,000 Dothraki warriors and their horses. They're gathering at a point east of Pentos, preparing to sail within the month." 5,000? Daenerys looked alarmed. "That's a significant portion of Drogo's Khalasar. Enough to pose a serious threat to Draaris," confirmed Ser Daemon. "Even with our defenses, we'd be hard-pressed to repel such a force if they managed to land." "What does Illyrio Mopatis have to say about this?" I asked. The Magister's role in all this had always struck me as suspicious. He had too much invested in the Targaryens for simple charity. Ser Jorah, our Master of Whispers, cleared his throat. "Illyrio is publicly supporting Viserys, providing gold and supplies for the expedition. Privately, however, our sources suggest he's skeptical of its success." I studied Jorah carefully. The exiled Northern Knight had been unusually quiet in recent weeks, especially regarding matters concerning Daenerys. Something about his manner had always struck me as off, and now my instincts were practically screaming that he wasn't being entirely forthright. "And what do your sources say about Illyrio's true motives, Ser Jorah?" I pressed. He shifted slightly, a tell that would have been imperceptible to most but was clear to me after 2 lifetimes of spotting deception. "They remain unclear, Your Grace. Illyrio plays a deep game." "Indeed he does," I murmured. "And what of Tyros Maegor? Has he made any moves since withdrawing his blockade?" "His ships remain in the strait," reported Lord Varon, my master of ships. "Not blocking trade directly, but positioned where they could quickly return to a blockade formation. And our agents in Volantis report he's been meeting frequently with captains from other free cities. Building alliances," I concluded. Preparing for something larger than his previous efforts against us. Daenerys, who had been listening intently, spoke up. Could the two threats be connected? Viserys with the Dothraki from the east, Tyros from the south? A coordinated attack from 2 directions, Ser Daemon said, nodding thoughtfully. "It's what I would do in their position. It makes tactical sense." I agreed. "Though it would require communication and planning between Viserys and Tyros that we haven't yet detected." Ser Jorah frowned. The Dothraki don't typically align with the free cities. There's too much historical enmity. But they might make an exception if the prize were valuable enough. I countered. Draaris controls the most important shipping strait between Westeros and Essos. That's worth temporary alliances between even traditional enemies. The council fell silent, considering the implications. If we truly faced a coordinated attack from both Viserys with his Dothraki and Tyros with a coalition from the free cities, our situation was precarious indeed. We need allies, Lady Mariah said finally, giving voice to what we were all thinking. Draaris has remained proudly independent, but perhaps it's time to consider formal alliances with powers that share our interests. Bravos, suggested Lord Varon immediately. They've always been friendly to our trade and wary of Volantene expansion. Dorne as well, added Lady Ellyra. Prince Doran has no love for Robert Baratheon and might welcome closer ties to a kingdom harboring a Targaryen princess. I nodded, seeing the wisdom in their suggestions. We should send envoys immediately. But diplomatic missions take time, and our intelligence suggests Viserys and the Dothraki could move within weeks. Then perhaps, Daenerys said carefully, we should go ourselves, to Bravos at least. A personal appeal from the Dragon Mage King and a Targaryen princess might prove more persuasive than any envoy. All eyes turned to her, surprised by the bold suggestion. But I could see the strategic thinking behind it. The Sea Lord of Bravos would be far more likely to commit significant resources if approached directly by rulers rather than representatives. It has merit, I acknowledged. A display of our dragons alone might convince the Bravosi that an alliance with Draaris offers unique advantages. It also has risks, Ser Daemon cautioned. With both of you away from Draaris, the kingdom would be more vulnerable. And traveling by sea when Tyros' ships patrol the strait. We need to be discreet. I agreed. A fast ship, minimal escort, no royal banners or announcements. Daenerys nodded eagerly. We could leave within days. The Firestorm is our swiftest vessel and has already proven it can outrun Volantene warships. I could see she was warming to the adventure of it, a diplomatic mission that would also be her first visit to another free city as a dragon-wielding princess rather than a refugee. But there was wisdom in her enthusiasm too. We genuinely needed allies, and quickly. It's decided then, I announced. Princess Daenerys and I will sail for Bravos in 3 days' time. Lady Mariah will serve as regent in my absence, with the council continuing its preparations for potential attacks. As the meeting adjourned, I held Ser Jorah back with a gesture. When the room had cleared except for Daenerys and the dragons, I fixed him with a direct look. Ser Jorah, I value your service as Master of Whispers. Your network of informants has provided crucial intelligence on many occasions. He bowed slightly. I serve Draaris loyally, Your Grace. Do you? I asked mildly. I wonder. You came to us 3 years ago, exiled from the north for slaving. You've built an impressive network of contacts across Essos in a remarkably short time. And you've shown particular interest in Princess Daenerys since her arrival. His expression remained carefully neutral, but I saw the tension in his jaw. The princess is the last Targaryen. Her presence here is significant for the realm. Indeed it is, I agreed. Which is why I find it curious that some of your sources seem to report exactly what we'd expect to hear, rather than offering genuinely novel intelligence. Daenerys looked between us, her eyes widening as she caught my meaning. You think Ser Jorah is a spy? For whom? That's the interesting question, isn't it? I said, not taking my eyes off the knight. For Illyrio Mopatis? For Varys the Spider? For Robert Baratheon himself? Jorah's hand twitched toward his sword, then stopped, a telling reaction. These accusations aren't accusations yet, I interrupted smoothly. Simply observations. You see, Ser Jorah, in my experience, men with divided loyalties eventually reveal themselves through small inconsistencies, hesitations, convenient gaps in their intelligence. The dragons had risen from their corner, sensing the tension in the room. Drogon moved to Daenerys' side, while Rhaegal positioned himself beside me, both creatures watching Yora with predatory focus. I have served Draaris faithfully. Yora insisted, sweat now visible on his brow despite the cool temperature of the council chamber. Perhaps you have, I allowed. But you've served someone else as well, haven't you? Someone who would be very interested in news of Targaryen princess and newly hatched dragons. Faced with my certainty and the increasingly hostile dragons, Yora's composure finally cracked. It began before she arrived, he admitted, looking at Daenerys with genuine remorse. I was pardoned by Robert Baratheon in exchange for information about you and your brother. A chance to go home again, to Bear Island. Daenerys's face showed hurt and betrayal. You've been reporting to the man who murdered my family? Who would see me dead simply for existing? At first, he acknowledged, his voice strained. But since you came to Draaris, since the dragons, I've sent nothing of value. Nothing that would help him harm you. I studied him carefully, using both my natural intuition and the magical sense I'd developed over 2 lifetimes for detecting deception. Surprisingly, I believed him, at least about his recent activities. You've grown fond of the princess, I observed. Found your loyalties shifting. I have, he admitted, looking directly at Daenerys now. Princess, I beg your forgiveness. What began as service to Robert became something else. I believe in you now, in what you could become. Daenerys's expression remained cool, though I could see the conflict in her eyes. And I'm simply to trust your word? After you've admitted to spying for the man who wants me dead? No, I interjected. Words are easy. Actions prove loyalty. I turned back to Yora. You'll remain in Draaris during our journey to Braavos, under Lady Mariah's supervision. You'll continue your duties as Master of Whispers, but all your communications will be reviewed before being sent or after being received. His shoulders slumped slightly in relief. He had clearly expected worse punishment. I understand, Your Grace. And, I continued, you will send one final report to King's Landing, one that we will compose together, with information that serves our purposes rather than Robert's. Yora nodded, accepting these terms. What would you have me tell him? That's a discussion for later, I said dismissively. For now, you're confined to the castle until further notice. You may go. After he had left, Daenerys let out a long breath. How long have you suspected him? Since shortly after you arrived, I admitted. His interest in you seemed excessive for someone with no prior connection to House Targaryen. And there were small inconsistencies in his reports, things that should have been mentioned but weren't, details that changed between tellings. She shook her head, looking troubled. He seemed so genuine in his support. I actually felt sorry for him, exiled from his home. That part, at least, is true, I said. And I believe his feelings toward you have become genuine as well. Men can change their loyalties when confronted with something, or someone, that challenges their worldview. Can they? She asked skeptically. Or do they simply find new ways to rationalize their betrayals? I had no simple answer for that. In both my lives, I'd seen people capable of both profound change and stubborn self-deception. Time will tell with Ser Yora. In the meantime, we have a journey to prepare for and allies to secure. She nodded, her expression becoming resolute again. Yes. Braavos awaits, and we can't afford to waste time on Yora's betrayal, not with Viserys and the Dothraki coming. As we left the council chamber, dragons trailing behind us, I found myself admiring her resilience yet again. Many would have been devastated by the revelation that a trusted advisor had been spying for their mortal enemy. Daenerys processed the hurt, acknowledged it, and then refocused on the larger threat, a quality essential in any true leader. The dragons will need special accommodations on the ship, she said as we walked. They're too large now for the cabin we used before. I've already spoken to Lord Varon about modifying the Firestorm's hold, I assured her. Though honestly, I expect they'll spend most of the journey flying alongside the ship. They need the exercise, and it will strengthen their wings. Drogon, as if understanding our conversation, spread his wings and gave an experimental flap that created enough downdraft to ruffle our clothes. He was by far the largest of the three now, his wingspan approaching 12 feet, still far too small to ride, but impressive nonetheless for a creature less than a month old. "They'll be the talk of Bravos," Daenerys said with a small smile. "The first living dragons many will have ever seen." "That's exactly what we're counting on," I replied. "Nothing convinces potential allies of your power quite like 3 growing dragons." As we made preparations for our diplomatic mission over the next 3 days, I couldn't shake a lingering sense of unease. Everything seemed to be falling into place too neatly. Viserys gathering Dothraki, Tyros positioning ships, Yora revealed as a spy. It felt orchestrated somehow, as though we were being maneuvered according to someone else's plan. In my first life as Harry Potter, I'd learned to trust such instincts. Too often, apparent coincidences had turned out to be carefully laid traps. But in this case, the threat was real enough that we couldn't afford inaction, even if we were somehow playing into an enemy's hands. The night before our departure, I stood on the balcony of my chambers, looking out over the moonlit strait. The firestorm was docked below, provisioned and ready for our journey to Bravos. In the distance, barely visible against the darkness, I could make out the silhouettes of Tyros's ships, still lurking beyond our territorial waters. "Can't sleep either?" Daenerys asked, stepping onto the balcony beside me. She wore a simple blue robe, her hair loose around her shoulders. The 3 dragons were perched on the stone railing, their heads swiveling to track the movement of night birds over the harbor. "Too much on my mind," I admitted. "This journey, the threats we face, the feeling that we're missing something important." She leaned against the railing, her shoulder brushing mine. "You think it's a trap? This business with Viserys and the Dothraki?" "Not a trap exactly," I said, struggling to articulate my concerns. "More like, we're being herded in a particular direction. I can't quite see the pattern yet, but I sense it's there." "Does it matter?" she asked pragmatically. "We need allies whether someone is manipulating events or not. Bravos is our best option." She had a point. Sometimes the correct path remained correct even if someone else wanted you to take it. "You're right," I conceded. "And the firestorm is fast enough to outrun most pursuers if we encounter trouble." Daenerys reached out to stroke Viserion's cream-colored scales, the dragon leaning into her touch like a contented cat. "I've been thinking about what you told me, about your previous life." "Oh?" I was slightly surprised she'd bring it up now. "We hadn't discussed my revelation since that night after Stannis' visit. You said you were married before, had children, grandchildren even?" Her voice was carefully neutral. "You must miss them." "Ah. So that was where her thoughts had gone." "I do," I acknowledged honestly. "But it's a strange kind of missing. My life as Harry Potter feels complete. I lived it fully, loved deeply, and died peacefully. This life as Haeron is separate, with its own purpose and possibilities." She nodded, still not looking at me. "I just wondered if you ever feel like you're somehow betraying them by building a new life here." I understood then what she was really asking, whether my growing feelings for her were somehow compromised by the ghost of my first life's relationships. "No," I said firmly, turning to face her directly. "That life is finished, its story complete. This life, my life as Haeron, is still being written. And lately I've come to believe that you're meant to be a significant part of that story." Her eyes, violet in the moonlight, finally met mine. "And you in mine." The moment hung between us, fraught with unspoken feelings and possibilities. The dragons, sensing the emotional current, had gone unusually still, watching us with ancient eyes that seemed to hold wisdom beyond their brief existence. Slowly, giving her every chance to pull away, I reached out to touch her cheek. Her skin was warm under my fingers, warmer than normal, that dragon blood running hot in her veins. She leaned into the touch, her eyes half closing. "Dany," I said softly, the nickname feeling right in this intimate moment. "Whatever happens in Bravos, whatever challenges we face when we return, know that my loyalty to you goes beyond politics or magic or dragons. It's about who you are, who we are together." "I know," she whispered. "I've felt it growing between us since Pentos. Like the magic, but deeper. More personal. I leaned forward then, and she met me halfway. Our first kiss was gentle, questioning, a tentative exploration of feelings that had been building for weeks. Her lips were soft against mine, and I could taste the faint sweetness of the honey wine she favored. When we parted, her eyes remained closed for a moment, a small smile playing on her lips. "Well," she said finally, "that makes tomorrow's journey even more interesting." I laughed, the tension of the moment breaking into something warmer, more comfortable. "Indeed it does." The dragons, as if approving our new connection, chirped and fluttered their wings before settling back into watchful positions along the railing. "We should try to rest," I suggested, though rest was the last thing on my mind now. "Tomorrow begins early." She nodded, though she made no move to leave. "A few more minutes," she said, leaning against my shoulder as we both turned back to the view of the moonlit strait. "I want to remember this moment, before the politics and dangers of tomorrow intrude." I slipped an arm around her waist, drawing her closer. "As you wish, Princess." We stood there in companionable silence, the night breeze cool against our skin, the dragons vigilant beside us. Tomorrow would bring challenges and dangers, but for now, in this perfect moment of connection, those concerns seemed distant and manageable. Whatever faced us in Braavos and beyond, we would meet it together, the Dragon Mage King and his Targaryen princess, with fire in our blood and growing dragons at our command. The firestorm sliced through the waves at dawn, its blue-black sails catching the favorable winds that would speed us toward Braavos. True to my prediction, the dragons chose to fly rather than remain in the modified hold we'd prepared, soaring above and around the ship in what appeared to be an elaborate aerial game. "They're playing," Daenerys observed, watching as Drogon executed a complex spiral around the mainmast before rejoining his brothers in the sky. "Testing their skills against each other. And growing stronger for it," I agreed. "By the time we reach Braavos, they'll be even more impressive." We had departed with minimal ceremony and a small crew, just 20 sailors and 10 guards, plus Captain Joris. Speed and stealth were our priorities, though stealth was becoming increasingly difficult with 3 dragons announcing our presence to anyone within visual range. "How long to Braavos?" Daenerys asked, shading her eyes against the rising sun as she tracked the dragon's flight. 4 days with these winds," I replied. "We're taking a slightly longer route to avoid the main shipping lanes where Tyros might have patrols." The morning passed uneventfully as we settled into the rhythm of sea travel. The dragons returned periodically to rest on the deck or snatch fish from the water before launching themselves skyward again. The crew, though initially nervous around the creatures, had quickly adapted to their presence. Several sailors had even taken to keeping treats in their pockets to earn the dragons' favor. By midday, we had cleared the immediate waters around Draaris and were making good progress northward. I stood at the bow with Captain Joris, discussing our route, when a shout came from the crow's nest. "Sails to the southwest." 4 ships. Joris immediately pulled out his spyglass, focusing it on the horizon where small white shapes were just becoming visible to the naked eye. "Valentine," he confirmed grimly after a moment. "War galleys by the look of them. Bearing directly for us." I frowned. "Coincidence?" "Not likely," Joris replied. "They're too far from normal patrol routes, and their heading is too precise. They knew we were sailing this way. Which meant we had another spy somewhere in Draaris, or Tyros had been watching more closely than we'd realized. Either way, the threat was real and immediate." "Can we outrun them?" Daenerys asked, joining us at the bow. Joris shook his head. "Not 4 galleys, not with this wind. They have oars to supplement their sails. They'll catch us before nightfall. Then we fight," I decided. "Or rather, we demonstrate why attacking a ship carrying 3 dragons and 2 magic users is a poor decision." I called the dragons back to the ship with a sharp whistle, a signal we'd been practicing that meant danger approaching. All 3 responded immediately, abandoning their aerial play to land on the deck, their heads swiveling toward the distant ships with predatory focus. "What's the plan?" Daenerys asked, her hand resting on Drogon's scaled neck. A more impressive version of what we did during our return from Pentos, I explained. But this time, with real dragons rather than magical constructs. Over the next hour, as the Volantene ships steadily closed the distance between us, I outlined my strategy to Daenerys, Yoris, and the dragons. The creatures seemed to understand far more than their age would suggest possible, chittering among themselves and occasionally making eye contact with us in ways that conveyed comprehension. "They're still too small to do serious damage to ships that size," Yoris pointed out as we watched the galleys draw nearer. "Even Drogon couldn't burn through a hull." "They don't need to destroy the ships," I replied. "Just demonstrate that they could eventually. Fear of what dragons will become is almost as powerful as what they are now." By late afternoon, the Volantene ships had closed to within half a mile, close enough that we could see figures moving on their decks and the distinctive tiger banners of Tyros Mager flying from their masts. They had arranged themselves in a pursuit formation, with the lead ship directly behind us and the other three spread out to cut off potential escape routes. "They're within range," Yoris reported. "Shall we turn to engage?" I nodded. "Bring us about. Let's face them directly." The firestorm executed a graceful turn, coming around to point directly at the approaching ships. On deck, our small complement of guards readied themselves, though I hoped actual combat would be unnecessary. "Ready?" I asked Daenerys, who stood beside me at the stern, the dragons arranged around us like living weapons. She nodded, her face set with determination. "Ready." I reached for my magic, feeling it respond eagerly to my call. Blue flames began to dance around my hands and forearms, growing in intensity until they cast eerie shadows across the deck despite the bright afternoon sun. Beside me, Daenerys mimicked my gesture, her own magic manifesting as flames of a more natural orange-red hue. The lead Volantene galley was now close enough that we could hear shouts from its deck as its crew reacted to the sight of us standing amidst magical fire with 3 dragons at our command. "No," I said quietly to the dragons. "Draaris." All 3 creatures inhaled deeply, their chests expanding, then exhaled streams of fire that arced impressively through the air. Despite their relatively small size, the range of their flame was surprising, not enough to reach the Volantene ships yet, but an impressive display nonetheless. I added my own magic to the demonstration, sending a massive column of blue fire shooting skyward, where it split and formed the shape of an enormous dragon silhouette against the clouds. Daenerys, her control improving daily, managed a smaller but still effective fire eagle that soared alongside my creation. The effect on the Volantene ships was immediate and dramatic. We could see sailors pointing and shouting, officers gesturing frantically. The lead galley's oars faltered, breaking their previously perfect rhythm. "They're impressed," Yoris observed dryly. "But not yet retreating. Time to be more direct," I decided. With a sharp whistle and a pointing gesture, I directed the dragons toward the lead ship. They understood immediately, launching themselves into the air with powerful thrusts of their wings. Drogon led the way, with Regal and Viserion flanking him in a perfect attack formation that they seemed to have devised instinctively. "Will they be safe?" Daenerys asked, watching as they rapidly closed the distance to the enemy vessel. "They're faster and more agile than anything the Volantenes can throw at them," I assured her, though I shared her concern. The dragons were still vulnerable despite their growing size and power. We watched as the 3 dragons reached the lead galley, circling it at a safe height before executing a series of daring dives. With each pass, they released short bursts of flame that scorched the ship's sails and rigging without setting the entire vessel ablaze, a remarkable display of precision for creatures so young. On the galley's deck, panic had clearly set in. Sailors were running for cover, some even jumping overboard rather than face the dragon's fire. The other 3 ships had slowed their approach, their captains clearly reassessing the wisdom of attacking a vessel defended by such creatures. "They're going to break off," Yoris predicted, watching through his spyglass. "The lead captain is signaling to the others." Sure enough, the Volantene galleys began a clumsy turning maneuver, their oars working at cross purposes as they attempted to withdraw from what they now recognized as a superior threat. The dragons, sensing victory, made one final, intimidating pass over the ships before returning to the firestorm, landing triumphantly on the deck to appreciative cheers from our crew. "Well done," I told them, particularly pleased by Regal's performance. The green dragon preened at the praise, his scales gleaming in the late afternoon sun. "They didn't even need us," Daenerys said, smiling as she stroked Drogon's head. The black dragon chirped proudly, smoke rising from his nostrils. "This time," I cautioned. "But Tyros won't give up so easily." This was likely just a probing action, testing our defenses, seeing how the dragons would respond. "You think he'll try again?" "Almost certainly," I replied, watching as the Volantene ships retreated toward the southwest. "But hopefully not before we reach Braavos." As night fell, we set a double watch and continued our journey northward, the encounter with Tyros's ships having cost us several hours of travel time. The dragons, exhausted from their first real combat experience, curled up together on the deck near the mainmast, their bodies generating enough heat to create a comfortable bubble in the cool night air. Daenerys joined me at the rail, both of us gazing out at the starlit sea. "They performed beautifully today," she said. "Better than we could have hoped." "They did," I agreed. "Though it was a limited engagement against an unprepared enemy. A real battle would be different. Always the strategist," she teased gently, bumping her shoulder against mine. "Can't you just enjoy the victory?" I smiled, acknowledging the truth in her words. "Old habits from both lives, I'm afraid. Planning for the worst while hoping for the best." "And what's the worst, in your estimation?" she asked, her tone more serious now. I considered this, looking out at the vast darkness of the sea. "That we're being drawn away from Draaris deliberately. That Tyros's ships were meant to delay us rather than capture us. That something larger is unfolding that we can't yet see." She nodded slowly. "I've had the same thought. It seems too convenient, Viserys suddenly gaining Dothraki support, Tyros knowing our route to Braavos. We could turn back," I suggested, though I knew neither of us wanted to. "Return to Draaris and fortify our position there. And lose our chance for Braavosi support?" She shook her head. "No. If this is a trap, we spring it with eyes open. Better that than cowering behind walls waiting for our enemies to choose the time and place of battle." Her words resonated with something deep in my soul, the part of me that had been Harry Potter, that had chosen to face Voldemort directly rather than hide. That same instinct had served me well as Haeron too, turning to confront threats rather than merely defending against them. "You're right," I said, taking her hand in mine. "Forward to Braavos, then. Together." She squeezed my hand in response, and we stood there in comfortable silence, watching the stars reflect off the dark waters as the firestorm carried us northward toward uncertain allies and certain dangers. The next 2 days passed without incident, the dragons growing noticeably even in that short time. Their hunting skills improved with each passing hour as they snatched larger fish from the sea, occasionally diving deep enough that they disappeared completely before emerging with their struggling prey. "They're learning from each other," Daenerys observed as Viserion copied a complex diving technique that Drogon had developed the previous day. "Sharing knowledge somehow. They're telepathically linked," I explained, drawing on what I'd read in the ancient texts we'd gathered. "Not just to us, but to each other. It's how wild dragons coordinated their hunting in the old days." On the morning of the 4th day, the Titan of Braavos came into view, the massive warrior statue that guarded the entrance to the city's famous lagoon. Standing over 400 feet tall with 1 foot on each side of the channel, the Titan was an impressive sight even for someone who had seen it before. "It's enormous," Daenerys breathed, craning her neck to look up as our ship passed beneath the statue's spread legs. "I've heard stories, but wait until you see the inside of the city," I told her. Braavos is unique among the free cities, built across hundreds of small islands connected by stone bridges and canals. They call it the City of 100 Isles. As the firestorm made its way through the channel and into the lagoon proper, the dragons returned from their morning flight, clearly curious about this new environment. Their presence caused immediate sensation among the other vessels in the harbor. Fishing boats, changing course to give us wide berth, pleasure barges stopping to allow their passengers to gawk, even the famous Braavosi water dancers pausing in their practice routines atop canal bridges to stare at the creatures circling our ship. "We've been noticed," Yoris observed dryly as we approached the designated dock for diplomatic vessels. "That was rather the point," I reminded him. "Hard to negotiate from a position of strength if no one knows your strength." A welcoming committee was already assembling on the dock, officials in the distinctive purple and blue robes of Braavosi magistrates, accompanied by a contingent of the city's famous bravos in their flamboyant attire. "No Sea Lord," Daenerys noted as we prepared to disembark. "Just functionaries." "As expected," I replied. "The Sea Lord never greets visitors at the dock, no matter their rank." "We'll be escorted to the Sea Lord's palace for a formal reception later." The dragons posed something of a logistical challenge for our arrival. They were too large to be carried now, but leaving them on the ship seemed unwise given their growing independence. After some discussion, we decided they would fly above us as we made our way through the city, remaining visible but hopefully not causing panic among the populace. As our ship docked and the gangplank was extended, the lead Braavosi official stepped forward. He was a tall, thin man with an elaborately curled beard dyed purple at the tips, a fashion statement typical of Braavosi nobility. "King Haeron of Draaris," he announced with a formal bow, "and Princess Daenerys of House Targaryen. Braavos welcomes you. I am Tycho Nestoris, representative of the Iron Bank and designated emissary of the Sea Lord." I returned his bow with the precise degree of inclination appropriate for a visiting monarch acknowledging a high-ranking but non-royal official. "Braavos honors us with your welcome, Tycho Nestoris. We look forward to discussing matters of mutual interest with the Sea Lord. And with the Iron Bank, I trust," he replied, his eyes flickering briefly to the dragons circling overhead. "We have much to discuss regarding investments and opportunities." Interesting. I hadn't expected the Iron Bank to be so immediately forward about their interest in us. Typically, they maintained at least a pretense of separation from political matters. "Of course," I agreed smoothly. "The prosperity of Draaris and our control of the strait has implications for many of the bank's investments." As we followed Tycho into the waiting procession of gondolas that would transport us through the city, I noticed the Braavosi citizens lining the canals and bridges, pointing excitedly at the dragons. Their reaction seemed more of fascination than fear, not surprising in a city founded by former slaves who had overthrown their Valyrian dragonlord masters. "They're not afraid," Daenerys noted quietly as we settled into the lead gondola alongside Tycho. "I expected more panic at the sight of dragons. Braavosi respect power but do not fear it reflexively," Tycho explained. "Our city was built by those who understood that even dragon lords could be defeated through cunning and determination." A subtle reminder of Braavos' history and perhaps a gentle warning about overestimating the impact of our dragons. I nodded, acknowledging the point without directly addressing it. Our journey through the canals of Braavos was both beautiful and strategic, the route clearly chosen to showcase the city's wealth and unique architecture while also demonstrating its defensive capabilities. We passed beneath massive aqueducts, alongside towering temples to dozens of different gods, and through marketplaces bustling with trade from across the known world. The dragons continued their aerial escort, occasionally swooping low enough to inspect something interesting before returning to higher altitude. Their behavior was impeccable, no snatching of goods from market stalls or frightening of livestock, which reassured me that their intelligence was developing alongside their physical growth. Finally, we arrived at the Sea Lord's palace, a massive structure that straddled 3 islands, connected by ornate bridges and surrounded by a ring of canals that served as both decoration and defense. Guards in the distinctive garb of the Sea Lord's personal regiment lined the water stairs that led up to the palace proper. "The Sea Lord will receive you in 1 hour," Tycho informed us as we disembarked from the gondolas. "Until then, you'll be shown to guest chambers where you may refresh yourselves after your journey." "And the dragons?" Daenerys asked pointedly. Tycho cleared his throat. "The palace gardens are extensive and secure. They would be welcome to rest there, provided they respect the horticulture. It was a reasonable accommodation, and better than I'd expected. They will behave, I assured him. They understand more than their age might suggest. As if to demonstrate this, the 3 dragons landed gracefully on the water stairs, arranging themselves behind us with military precision, their wings folded and heads held high. Several of the Sea Lord's guards took involuntary steps backward, hands moving to sword hilts before discipline reasserted itself. Magnificent creatures, Tycho murmured, studying them with the calculating gaze of a banker assessing collateral. Truly, their return changes many equations. Indeed it does, I agreed. Which is precisely what we've come to discuss. The Sea Lord of Braavos, Ferrego Antrian, was an elderly but sharp-eyed man whose frail appearance belied the keen intelligence evident in his gaze. He received us in a private solar rather than the formal throne room, a gesture that could be interpreted either as casual disrespect or unusual intimacy, depending on one's perspective. I chose to take it as the latter, especially when he dismissed all attendants except Tycho and a single bodyguard who remained discreetly by the door. So, the Sea Lord said without preamble once we were seated, dragons have returned to the world. My report said they were the size of cats. They seem to have grown considerably in the telling. Not in the telling, Daenerys replied with a small smile. In reality. They grow quickly when well fed. And they bond with you both? He asked, his gaze moving between us. Unusual. The histories suggest dragons typically bonded with single riders. These are unusual circumstances, I acknowledged. The first dragons born in over a century, hatched through the combined magic of Targaryen bloodline and my own unique abilities. The Sea Lord nodded thoughtfully. And now you come to Braavos, historically no friend to dragon lords, seeking, what exactly? Alliance, I stated simply. Mutual defense against threats that concern us both. Namely? Tyros Maegor of Volantis, who seeks control of the strait we protect. I began. And more immediately, Khal Drogo's Dothraki, who have allegedly secured ships to cross the narrow sea, not to invade Westeros as many have feared, but to attack Draaris directly. The Sea Lord's expression remained neutral, but I noticed Tycho shift slightly in his seat, a tell that this information wasn't entirely new to them. You already knew about the Dothraki, I observed. We had indications, the Sea Lord admitted. Our factors in Pentos reported unusual contracts for transport ships. The purpose wasn't clear until now. And what interest does Braavos have in this conflict? Daenerys asked directly. Why should the Sea Lord concern himself with an attack on Draaris? It was a good question, forcing them to articulate their own interests rather than allowing us to make assumptions. The Sea Lord glanced at Tycho, who inclined his head slightly, apparently given permission to speak frankly. The Iron Bank has significant investments in trade routes that pass through your strait. Tycho explained. More importantly, we have even larger outstanding loans to the Iron Throne, loans that Robert Baratheon seems increasingly unlikely to repay. And a Targaryen restoration might offer better prospects for debt collection. I concluded, seeing their angle immediately. Especially a Targaryen with growing dragons and a secure base of operations. The Sea Lord smiled thinly. We're pragmatists, King Haeron. The Iron Bank will have its due, that's our primary concern. Who sits the Iron Throne matters less than their ability and willingness to honor financial obligations. And you believe Princess Daenerys would be more reliable in this regard than Robert Baratheon? I asked, carefully watching both men's reactions. We believe a ruler who understands the value of alliance with Braavos would prioritize their obligations to the Iron Bank. Tycho replied diplomatically. Especially one whose restoration was facilitated by our support. Daenerys leaned forward slightly. I have made no claim to the Iron Throne. My presence in Draaris is about sanctuary, not invasion plans. For now, the Sea Lord acknowledged. But circumstances change. Dragons grow. Opportunities arise. The implication was clear. Braavos was willing to support us against our immediate threats with the expectation that eventually Daenerys would make a move for the Iron Throne, at which point she would prioritize repaying their loans. And what form would this support take? I asked, neither confirming nor denying their assumptions about Daenerys' future intentions. Ships, Tycho said immediately. A squadron of our war galleys to supplement your navy against Tyros' ambitions. Gold to hire additional sellswords for your land defenses. And perhaps most importantly, diplomatic pressure on the other free cities to withhold support from both Volantis and the Dothraki expedition. It was a generous offer, more generous than I had expected. Which meant they saw significant potential profit in our alliance. And in return? Daenerys asked, clearly thinking along the same lines. In return, the Sea Lord said, 3 commitments. First, favorable trade terms for Braavosi merchants using your strait. Second, a formal defensive alliance between Braavos and Draaris. And third. He paused significantly. A commitment that, should Princess Daenerys ever pursue her family's claim to the Iron Throne, the repayment of the Iron Bank's existing loans would be her first priority upon taking power. Clever. They weren't asking Daenerys to declare for the throne now, merely to prioritize their interests if she ever did so in the future. It maintained plausible deniability while securing their primary objective. These terms seem reasonable, I said, glancing at Daenerys, who nodded slightly. Though we would need to discuss specific details of the trade arrangements and defensive commitments. Of course, the Sea Lord agreed. Tycho can work through those particulars with you tomorrow. For tonight you are honored guests of Braavos. There will be a feast in your honor, and in honor of your remarkable dragons. As the meeting concluded and we were escorted back to our guest chambers to prepare for the evening's festivities, Daenerys turned to me with a thoughtful expression. They're using us, she observed quietly. And we're using them, I replied. That's the nature of politics. The question is whether their interests and ours align sufficiently for the arrangement to benefit both parties. And do they? I considered this. For now, yes. We need their ships and diplomatic pressure immediately. They need our goodwill and your potential future claim on the Iron Throne in the longer term. It's an asymmetrical arrangement, but not necessarily an unfair one. She nodded, accepting this assessment. It feels strange to be negotiating based on a throne I'm not even sure I want. Politics is often about perceptions rather than current realities, I said. They perceive you as a future queen, so they treat with you accordingly. That gives you power now, whether or not you ever choose to pursue the throne. Clever dragon mage, she said with a small smile. Always seeing the angles. 2 lifetimes of dealing with manipulative people will do that, I replied, returning her smile. Now, shall we see what Braavosi hospitality looks like when dragons are on the guest list? The feast that evening was spectacular, even by the standards of a city known for its extravagance. The Sea Lord's banquet hall had been transformed with blue and silver decorations, Draaris colors, interspersed with the red and black of House Targaryen. A subtle political statement that wasn't lost on either of us. The dragons created something of a sensation, of course. We had instructed them to remain in the palace gardens during the formal dinner, but the Sea Lord himself requested their presence for the post-meal entertainment, having arranged for a special area where they could comfortably observe the proceedings without alarming the more nervous guests. Your dragons are the talk of the city, Tycho informed us as servants cleared away the remains of the final course. Already, merchants are selling dragon figurines in the markets, and I'm told several wealthy citizens have commissioned paintings of them flying over Braavos. That was fast, I remarked, impressed by Braavosi entrepreneurship. Opportunity waits for no one, Tycho replied with a banker's smile. Speaking of which, several of my colleagues at the Iron Bank have expressed interest in private meetings with you both tomorrow. They have proposals regarding potential ventures that might benefit from dragon involvement. Daenerys raised an eyebrow. The dragons are not available for commercial enterprises. Of course, Tycho assured her quickly. But their mere existence creates new possibilities for insurance, investment, even new markets entirely. The Iron Bank simply wishes to position itself advantageously in this changing landscape. Before we could delve further into the commercial implications of dragons, the Sea Lord called for attention. The evening's entertainment was about to begin, a performance by Brevos's famous troupe of water dancers, who combined martial skill with balletic grace in displays that were both beautiful and deadly. As the performers took their positions, a messenger approached our table, bowing deeply before handing a sealed note to Tycho. The banker read it quickly, his expression changing from mild interest to concern. "A ship has just arrived from Draaris," he informed us quietly, "bearing urgent news, according to the harbor master." My stomach tightened with sudden apprehension. "Our own vessel or another?" "One of yours," Tycho confirmed. "A fast cutter named Swift Wind. The captain is requesting immediate audience with you both." Daenerys and I exchanged concerned glances. We had left instructions that we were to be contacted only in case of emergency. Something serious must have happened. "We should go," she said, already rising from her seat. I nodded, turning to Tycho. "Please convey our apologies to the Sea Lord. Duty calls us away." Tycho summoned an attendant to escort us to the harbor where the Swift Wind had docked, the dragons following closely behind us, clearly sensing our anxiety. As we hurried through the moonlit canals of Brevos, my mind raced through possibilities, none of them good. The Swift Wind was indeed one of our fastest message cutters, designed for speed rather than combat or cargo. As we approached the small vessel, I recognized its captain, a veteran sailor named Martin who had served Draaris since its founding. "Your Grace, Princess," he greeted us with a hasty bow as we boarded. "Thank the gods I found you quickly." "What's happened?" I demanded, dispensing with pleasantries. Martin's weathered face was grim. "Tyros Maegor has launched a full-scale attack on Draaris. 25 ships blockading the harbor, and reports of troops landing on our eastern shores. Lady Mariah sent me to find you 3 days ago. The situation will have developed further since then." Shock and anger surged through me. 25 ships? He must have called in allies from other free cities. Lys and Myr have joined him, Martin confirmed. Their banners were seen among the fleet. "And the Dothraki?" Daenerys asked urgently. "Any sign of Viserys and Khal Drogo?" Martin shook his head. "None when I left, Princess. But our scouts had reported ships gathering east of Pentos. They could have launched by now. The situation was worse than I'd feared. Tyros had moved more aggressively than expected, and the timing couldn't be coincidence. Someone had informed him of our journey to Braavos, creating the perfect opportunity to attack Draaris while both its king and its dragons were absent. "We need to return immediately," I decided, my mind already formulating battle plans. "How fast can the Swift Wind get us home?" 3 days with favorable winds, Martin replied. "She's not as comfortable as the Firestorm, but she's faster." I turned to Tycho, who had accompanied us to the harbor. "It seems we'll be testing Brevos's commitment to our alliance sooner than anticipated. We need those warships now, not after lengthy negotiations." To his credit, the banker didn't hesitate. "I'll speak to the Sea Lord immediately. Our nearest squadron can sail with the morning tide, 10 ships, with more to follow when they can be recalled from patrol. We'll be gone before dawn," I told him. "Have your ships follow as soon as possible. And send word to your factors in the other free cities. Make it clear that supporting Tyros' aggression will have financial consequences." Tycho bowed. The Iron Bank honors its commitments, even those freshly made. Braavos stands with Draaris in this matter. As he departed to arrange the promised support, Daenerys and I conferred with Martin about our immediate return journey. The Swift Wind could be ready to sail within hours, but a new concern had arisen: the dragons. "They can't travel in the ship," I observed, watching as the 3 creatures paced the dock anxiously, clearly picking up on our distress. "They're too large now, and we need all available space for the crew." "Can they fly the entire distance?" Daenerys wondered. "They've never attempted such a long journey." I considered this. The dragons had been flying for hours each day during our sea journey, building their endurance. But flying directly from Braavos to Draaris would test their limits severely. "They'll follow the ship," I decided. "Flying when they can, resting on deck when they need to." We'll adjust our speed to accommodate them if necessary. Daenerys nodded, already moving to communicate with the dragons in that special way she had developed, part verbal commands, part magical connection. They listened attentively, occasionally glancing toward the open sea as if understanding the journey they were about to undertake. Within 3 hours, we were ready to depart. The swift wind, true to its name, slipped out of Braavos' lagoon as the first hint of dawn brightened the eastern sky. The dragons followed, flying low over the water, their wings catching the early morning light. As the Titan of Braavos receded behind us and we entered the open sea, I stood at the stern with Daenerys, both of us gazing southward toward our embattled kingdom. "We shouldn't have left," she said quietly, guilt evident in her voice. "This happened because we weren't there to protect them." "No," I replied firmly. "This happened because Tyros has been planning it for months. If anything, our journey to Braavos gained us vital allies that may make the difference in the coming battle. Still, our people are fighting without us. Dying, perhaps." I took her hand, squeezing it gently. "Draaris is stronger than Tyros realizes. Lady Mariah and the Council will have implemented our defense plans. The city walls have never been breached. We'll get there in time to turn the tide." She looked up at me, her violet eyes reflecting the determination I felt. "And when we do?" "When we do," I said grimly, "Tyros Maegor will learn why they call me the Dragon Mage King. And why the words of House Targaryen are fire and blood." The swift wind cut through the waves with impressive speed, driving southward toward home and battle. Above us, the dragons flew in formation, their wings growing stronger with each passing hour. They seemed to understand the urgency of our journey, pushing themselves without complaint. 3 days, Martin had said. 3 days until we reached Draaris. 3 days during which our kingdom faced its greatest threat without us. I only hoped we wouldn't be too late. The journey home was a blur of anxiety and preparation. The swift wind lived up to its name, cutting through the waves at remarkable speed as favorable winds pushed us southward. The dragons surprised us with their endurance, flying for hours at a stretch before briefly landing on the ship's deck to rest and feed. "They're stronger than we realized," Daenerys observed on the evening of the second day, watching as the 3 creatures took off again after a short rest. "Driven by our need." "And growing still," I added. Drogon in particular had gained noticeable size even during our brief stay in Braavos, his wingspan now approaching 15 feet. The others weren't far behind, their bodies lengthening and muscles developing with each passing day. We used the journey to plan our strategy, working with Captain Martin to understand the most likely state of affairs we would find upon arrival. If Tyros had maintained his blockade without taking the city, our approach would focus on breaking through to the harbor. If fighting had moved into the city itself, we would need a different plan entirely. "The dragons are our strongest asset," I noted as we pored over maps of Draaris and the surrounding waters. "But they're still vulnerable. We need to use them strategically, not recklessly." Daenerys nodded, tracing potential attack vectors on the map. "They can target ship rigging and sails rather than trying to burn hulls. Disable rather than destroy. And we'll augment their natural fire with our magic," I added. "Combined, we should be able to create enough of a distraction for the swift wind to break through the blockade." Dawn of the 3rd day found us within sight of Draaris, and the situation was immediately clear. Smoke rose from several points in the city, though the castle itself appeared intact. The harbor entrance was indeed blockaded by a semicircle of warships bearing the banners of Volantis, Lys, and Myr. More alarming, we could see fighting along the eastern shoreline, troops in Volantene colors clashing with Draaris defenders near the smaller fishing harbor that served that side of the island. "They've landed forces," Martin confirmed grimly, surveying the scene through his spyglass. "Trying to take the city from 2 directions. Any sign of Dothraki?" Daenerys asked anxiously. "None that I can see, Princess. It appears to be solely the Free City's forces for now. Small comfort, but I'd take it. 1 enemy at a time was preferable to 2. We need to break that blockade," I decided, studying the arrangement of enemy ships. Get to the main harbor and rally our forces. The dragons, sensing our tension, circled the swift wind at low altitude, occasionally screeching challenges toward the distant enemy vessels. Even at their current size, they presented an intimidating sight, 3 growing dragons with riders who could direct their attacks with precision. Here's the plan, I told Martin and his crew. Princess Daenerys and I will lead the dragons in an attack on the center of the blockade, targeting the Volantene flagship if we can identify it. While we have their attention, the swift wind will make a run for the harbor entrance at maximum speed. And how will you return to the city once we're through? Martin asked practically. I exchanged a glance with Daenerys, both of us having already discussed this part of the plan. We'll ride the dragons. Martin's eyes widened. They're not large enough for that yet, surely? Not for extended flight, I acknowledged. But for a short distance, from ship to shore? They can manage that. It was risky. The dragons were indeed smaller than ideal for riding. But we had tested their strength during rest stops, and I was confident they could bear our weight for the brief flight we had planned. Once we reach the castle, we'll coordinate with Lady Mariah and our forces to drive Tyros' troops back into the sea. I continued. With the dragons providing air support, we should be able to break their morale quickly. The plan set, we prepared for battle. Daenerys and I changed into more practical attire, light armor that would protect without overly burdening the dragons. We also prepared makeshift riding harnesses from ropes and leather straps that could be quickly secured around the dragons' torsos. As we approached to within a mile of the blockade, I turned to Daenerys. Her face was set with determination, all traces of the sheltered princess I'd first met in Pentos completely gone. In her place stood a warrior queen, ready to fight for her adopted home. Stay close to me, I told her. If anything goes wrong, retreat to the ship. No heroics. She gave me a look that was half amusement, half exasperation. I could say the same to you, Dragon Mage. This is my fight too. Our fight, I corrected, reaching out to squeeze her hand briefly. Together. With that, we called the dragons to the deck, securing the improvised harnesses around their bodies. Drogon accepted the unfamiliar straps with surprising patience, seeming to understand their purpose. Rhaegal was more restless but settled when I ran a soothing hand along his neck. Viserion, who would fly unburdened, watched the proceedings with apparent curiosity. They're within range of their catapults, Martin warned as the enemy ships grew larger on the horizon. We should begin our approach. I nodded, turning to Daenerys. Ready? She swung herself onto Drogon's back with remarkable grace, positioning herself just behind his shoulders where his body was broadest. The black dragon adjusted his stance to accommodate her weight, wings half spread for balance. Ready, she confirmed, her voice steady despite the unprecedented nature of what we were attempting. I mounted Rhaegal with somewhat less elegance but managed to settle securely between the green dragon's wings. The sensation was unlike anything I'd experienced in either lifetime, the living creature beneath me radiating heat and power, muscles coiled in anticipation. For Draaris! I called, and with powerful thrusts of their wings, the dragons launched from the deck of the swift wind, carrying us aloft for the first dragon flight in over a century. The initial moments were terrifying and exhilarating in equal measure. Rhaegal dipped alarmingly under my weight before finding his balance, wings beating furiously to gain altitude. Beside us, Drogon seemed to handle Daenerys' smaller burden more easily, climbing steadily with Viserion flanking them. But within seconds the dragons adapted, their innate flying abilities compensating for their riders. We soared higher, the wind rushing past us as we approached the enemy fleet. Below, I could see figures on the ships pointing upward, alarm spreading through the blockade as they spotted the approaching dragons. There! Daenerys shouted over the wind, pointing toward a large galley in the center of the formation flying Tyros' personal standard, a red tiger on black. The flagship! I nodded, directing Rhaegal with gentle pressure from my knees toward the target. The dragons, seeming to grasp our intent through the mystical bond we shared, accelerated their approach, drawing breath for their fire. Draaris! Daenerys and I shouted in unison. 3 streams of dragon fire arced through the sky, striking the flagship's sails and rigging with devastating precision. The specially treated canvas ignited instantly, flames spreading rapidly across the yards and down the ropes. Sailors scrambled in panic, some diving overboard rather than face the dragon's continued assault. We circled and attacked again, this time targeting the ships to either side of the flagship. The dragons were performing beyond expectation, responding to our slightest guidance as though they had been trained for battle from birth. Their fire, while not yet hot enough to melt stone as grown dragons reportedly could, was more than sufficient to set ships ablaze. From the corner of my eye, I saw the swift wind making its move, cutting through the water at full speed toward a gap that was forming in the blockade as ships maneuvered to avoid our aerial assault. Catapults on several vessels launched projectiles toward us, but the dragon's agility allowed us to evade them easily. "The ship's breaking through," Daenerys called, pointing toward our vessel as it slipped between 2 Lycian galleys whose crews were too busy fighting fires to intercept it. "Time for Phase 2, I replied, directing Regal toward the city itself. "Let's find Tyros and end this." We flew over the harbor, getting our first clear view of the situation within the city. The damage was less extensive than I had feared. Several buildings near the waterfront were burning or destroyed, but the city walls had held. Fighting seemed concentrated in 3 areas: the main harbor, the eastern shore where troops had landed, and the market district just inside the sea gate. "The castle first," I decided, spotting the blue banners of Draaris still flying proudly from its towers. "We need to coordinate with Lady Mariah before engaging further." The dragons banked toward the castle, flying over the city to astonished cries from defenders and invaders alike. The sight of dragons carrying riders was something no living person had witnessed, and its psychological impact was immediate. Our forces cheered and rallied, while Tyros's troops faltered in their attacks. We landed in the castle's main courtyard, the dragons touching down with surprising gentleness despite their battle excitement. Servants and guards rushed forward, then stopped at a respectful distance, clearly unsure how to greet dragon-riding monarchs. "Your Grace!" "Princess!" Lady Mariah emerged from the main hall, her normally immaculate appearance somewhat disheveled. "Thank the gods you've returned." "Report," I said crisply, dismounting from Regal with careful movements. My legs were shaky from the unprecedented experience of dragon riding, but I forced myself to stand steadily. "Tyros attacked 6 days ago," Mariah explained as we strode toward the war room, the dragons following behind us like massive, scaled hounds. "The blockade came first, then landings on the eastern shore. They breached the sea gate yesterday after heavy fighting, but we've contained them in the lower market district." "Casualties?" Daenerys asked, her voice tight. "Significant but not catastrophic. Perhaps 200 defenders lost so far. Enemy losses are much higher. Our archers on the walls have extracted a heavy toll." "And Tyros himself?" I asked as we entered the war room, where Ser Daemon and other military commanders were gathered around a large map table. "Commanding from his flagship until recently," Ser Daemon reported, looking up with visible relief at our arrival. "Our last intelligence suggests he's now leading the forces in the market district personally." "Perfect. The enemy commander within reach." "What's the situation with the swift wind?" I asked. "Did it make the harbor?" "Arrived safely moments ago," one of the captains confirmed. "The enemy fleet is in disarray after your attack, several ships burning, others breaking formation." I nodded, studying the map where troop positions were marked with colored tokens. "Then we have an opportunity to end this quickly. Ser Daemon, prepare our reserves for a coordinated assault on the market district. Princess Daenerys and I will lead a dragon attack from above, targeting Tyros's command position. The dragons performed admirably against the ships," Daenerys added, "but they're still vulnerable to concentrated archer fire. We'll need covering fire from our own archers to keep enemy bowmen occupied." Ser Daemon nodded approvingly at her tactical thinking. "We can provide that, Princess. And with the enemy now caught between your dragons from above and our troops from both sides, they'll break," I finished. especially if we can take Tyros out of the equation. The plan came together quickly. Our ground forces would launch a two-pronged attack on the market district, driving from both north and south to compress the enemy toward the central square where Tyros had established his command post. Meanwhile, Daenerys and I would approach on Dragaback from the west, targeting the command position directly. Rest the dragons for 1 hour, I instructed as preparations began. They've flown hard to get here and will need their strength for the coming fight. Food was brought for both us and the dragons, simple fare that could be eaten quickly between preparations. As we ate, Daenerys studied the map intently, memorizing the layout of the market district. If we come in low over these buildings here, she suggested, pointing to a row of structures bordering the main square, we'll be shielded from archers on the east side until the last moment. I nodded, impressed by her strategic thinking. Good. And if we time our approach with the ground assault, their attention will be divided. A messenger arrived with word that our troops were in position and awaiting the signal to begin the coordinated attack. It was time. We returned to the courtyard where the dragons had been resting. The creatures seemed to sense the imminent battle, rising eagerly as we approached with the riding harnesses. This time, the straps were more securely fastened, lessons learned from our first flight. Stay close to me, I told Daenerys as we mounted. Target Tyros' command post first, then focus on breaking the enemy's cohesion. But if the dragons show signs of fatigue, we withdraw immediately. They're too valuable to risk needlessly. She nodded, settling onto Drogon's back with the growing confidence of a natural dragon rider. For Draaris, she said, echoing my earlier battle cry. For Draaris, I agreed, and with powerful thrusts of their wings, the dragons launched skyward once more. We circled the castle once, gaining altitude before turning toward the market district where smoke rose from scattered fires. From this height, we could see the enemy forces clearly, several hundred troops in Volantene colors, concentrated around the central square with smaller groups holding strategic positions throughout the district. And there, in the square itself, a cluster of officers surrounding a tall figure in distinctive armor, Tyros Maegor himself, directing his forces from a hastily established command post. I signaled to Daenerys, pointing toward our target. She nodded, directing Drogon into a shallow dive. Rhaegal and Viserion followed, the three dragons moving in perfect formation as we approached from the west as planned, using the buildings for cover. Below, I could see our ground forces beginning their advance, drawing the attention of the Volantene troops. The timing was perfect. The enemy's focus divided just as we came into attack position. We cleared the last row of buildings and the central square opened before us. Tyros and his officers looked up in shock at the sight of three dragons bearing down on them, riders on their backs. Draaris! The command echoed from both our lips simultaneously. 3 streams of dragon flame converged on the command post, engulfing it in fire. Men scattered, some ablaze, others diving for whatever cover they could find. Tyros himself stood frozen for a crucial moment before flinging himself behind a stone fountain, barely escaping the worst of the flames. We pulled up, circling for another pass as chaos erupted below. The coordinated attack from ground and air had shattered the enemy's discipline. Volantene troops were breaking ranks, some running for the sea gate, others surrendering to our advancing forces. There! Daenerys shouted, pointing to a group of officers dragging a singed but still mobile Tyros toward a side street, clearly attempting to extract their commander. I directed Rhaegal to intercept, the green dragon responding instantly to my guidance. We swooped low over the fleeing group, Rhaegal's fire cutting off their escape route with a wall of flame. Drogon and Viserion circled to block other potential exits, effectively trapping Tyros and his remaining officers. Our ground forces, seeing the opportunity, rushed forward to surround the isolated enemy commander. Within minutes, Tyros Maegor found himself at sword point, his retreat cut off, his troops either fleeing, surrendered, or dead. From Rhaegal's back, I called down to the cornered Volantene. Surrender, Tyros! Order your remaining forces to lay down their arms, or face dragonfire. For a moment, the proud tiger of Volantis seemed ready to refuse, his hand tightening on his sword hilt. But a glance upward at the 3 dragons circling above him, flames still flickering from their jaws, convinced him of the futility of further resistance. "I surrender," he called, throwing his sword to the ground with a clatter. "On condition that my men be treated with honor. Those who surrender will be spared," I confirmed. "But you, Tyros Maegor, will answer for this unprovoked attack on Draaris." With their commander captured, the remaining Volantene forces throughout the city quickly surrendered. Word spread to the blockading fleet, already in disarray after our initial attack, and ships began to withdraw from the harbor entrance, those that could still sail, at least. By nightfall, the battle for Draaris was over. We had won. The aftermath of victory brought the inevitable tasks of caring for the wounded, securing prisoners, assessing damage, and beginning repairs. Daenerys and I worked tirelessly alongside our people, the dragons providing assistance where they could, using their precise flame to cauterize wounds under the direction of healers, or helping move heavy debris from damaged buildings. Tyros Maegor and his surviving officers were secured in the castle cells, awaiting judgment. The Volantene troops who had surrendered were being held in makeshift camps outside the city walls, treated with the dignity promised in their commander's surrender terms. "Reports from the harbor, Your Grace," Yoris announced as we gathered in the council chamber that evening, exhaustion evident on every face around the table. 11 enemy ships destroyed or captured, the rest fled. Our own naval losses stand at 4 vessels sunk, 7 damaged but reparable. I nodded, too tired to feel much satisfaction at the numbers. "And the city?" "The market district suffered the worst damage," Lady Mariah reported. "Perhaps 30 buildings destroyed, twice that number damaged. The eastern fishing village saw significant fighting as well, with about half the structures burned." "Casualties?" Daenerys asked, her face drawn with fatigue but eyes still alert. "Final count isn't complete," Sir Daemon replied grimly. "But approximately 300 defenders lost, twice that wounded. Civilian casualties are mercifully low, the evacuation plans worked well. And the enemy? Heavier. At least 500 dead, 700 captured, the rest escaped with the fleeing ships. It was a decisive victory by any measure, but the cost had been high. Every life lost weighed on me, these were my people, under my protection. That Tyros had dared attack us in our home, causing such destruction and death, filled me with cold anger that I carefully kept in check. "What of the Braavosi ships?" I asked, changing the subject. "Any word?" "A fast cutter arrived an hour ago," Yoris reported. "The main squadron is a day behind, having sailed as soon as the Sea Lord gave the order. Too late for the battle, but their presence will deter any thoughts Tyros's allies might have about a second attempt." I noted. Daenerys, who had been quietly listening, finally spoke the question that had been on both our minds. "And Viserys? The Dothraki? Any news?" Ser Jorah, who had apparently redeemed himself during the battle by leading a successful defense of the eastern shore, cleared his throat. "My sources report the Dothraki expedition has been delayed, Princess. Apparently, several of the ships contracted to transport them were lost in a storm off Pentos. They're regrouping, but it will take weeks. A fortunate turn of events," Lady Mariah observed. "It gives us time to recover from this attack before facing another." "If that information is accurate," I said, giving Jorah a pointed look. The former spy had fought bravely for Draaris, by all accounts, but I wasn't yet ready to trust his intelligence fully. "I believe it is, Your Grace," he replied steadily. "But I understand your skepticism. I continue to work to regain your trust." I acknowledged this with a nod before turning to more immediate concerns. "What of Tyros?" "He awaits judgment. Public execution would send a clear message to the other free cities," Ser Daemon suggested, his soldiers' mindset favoring decisive action. "Ransom would be more profitable," countered Lady Mariah. "His family in Volantis would pay handsomely for his return. Or we could hold him as a hostage against future aggression," added Lady Elira. "His value as a deterrent might exceed both the satisfaction of execution or the gold from ransom." All were reasonable suggestions, but none felt quite right to me. I glanced at Daenerys, curious about her thoughts. "What would you do with him?" I asked. She considered for a moment, her expression thoughtful. "Neither kill nor ransom him. Make him witness what he failed to destroy. Show him dragons growing, Draaris flourishing, and alliances strengthening. Then, when our position is unassailable, send him home to spread the word that we cannot be conquered." It was an elegant solution, neither vengeful nor weak, but calculated to serve our long-term interests. Another reminder that beneath her youth and sometimes fiery temperament lay a mind capable of nuanced political thinking. "I like it," I decided. "Tyros remains our prisoner until Draaris has fully recovered and our alliance with Braavos is formalized. Then, he returns to Volantis as a living example of the futility of opposing dragons." The council seemed satisfied with this compromise, and we moved on to discussing the rebuilding efforts that would begin with the dawn. Plans were made, responsibilities assigned, and priorities established with the efficiency of a leadership team that had worked together for years. As the meeting concluded and council members departed to snatch what rest they could before another demanding day, Daenerys and I remained behind, both too exhausted yet too wired with residual battle energy to seek sleep immediately. "You were magnificent today," I told her, leaning back in my chair. "A true dragon rider. Your ancestors would be proud." She smiled tiredly. "As were you. The Dragon Mage King indeed." The dragons, who had been resting in the corner of the chamber during the meeting, stirred at the sound of our voices. They had performed beyond all expectations in the battle, showing courage, intelligence, and precision that belied their young age. "They saved Draaris today," I observed, watching as Regal stretched his wings before settling back beside his brothers. "Without them, the outcome might have been very different. Without you, they wouldn't exist at all," Daenerys pointed out. "You were the one who came to Pentos, who recognized the magic in the eggs, who helped me awaken my own abilities." "A fortunate convergence," I said. "Your blood, my magic, and 3 eggs that had waited centuries for the right moment." She rose from her chair and came to stand before me, fatigue momentarily banished by something more urgent in her expression. "Not just fortunate. Meant to be." I stood as well, drawn to her by the same magnetic pull that had first connected us in Illyrio's manse. "Perhaps it was," I agreed softly. "All of it, my rebirth in this world, your escape from Viserys, our meeting the dragons. Us," she finished, reaching up to touch my face gently. There in the council chamber, surrounded by maps and battle reports, with dragons watching curiously from the corner, I kissed her, not the tentative exploration of our moment on the balcony, but a decisive claiming of what we both now knew to be true. She responded with equal fervor, her arms twining around my neck as mine encircled her waist. For a precious moment, the weight of kingdoms and responsibilities fell away, leaving just Haeron and Daenerys, not titles or legacies or destinies, but 2 people who had found each other against impossible odds. When we finally parted, both slightly breathless, she smiled up at me with a mixture of affection and mischief. "Well, Dragon Mage, it seems we've formed an alliance of our own." "The most important one," I agreed, returning her smile. "And like all good alliances, it should be formalized properly." Her eyebrow arched questioningly. "What did you have in mind?" In answer, I took her hand and led her to the large map table that dominated the center of the chamber. Spread across its surface was a detailed representation of not just Draaris but all the lands surrounding it, from King's Landing to the Free Cities, from the Summer Sea to the north. "This world is changing, Dany," I said, gesturing to the map. "Dragons have returned. Magic is strengthening. The Game of Thrones is shifting in ways few can imagine." She nodded, her eyes serious again as she surveyed the map. "And we stand at the center of that change." "We do. Not just as allies, but as something more." I took both her hands in mine, the decision I'd been contemplating for weeks suddenly crystal clear. "Marry me. Rule at my side not just as an honored guest or valued ally, but as my queen. Let us face whatever comes next, Viserys and his Dothraki, Robert and his grudges, even the threats beyond the wall that I've glimpsed in dreams, together. Her eyes widened, surprise giving way to thoughtful consideration and then to something warmer. A political marriage between the last Targaryen and the Dragon Mage King would certainly strengthen both our positions, she observed, though the twinkle in her eye belied the pragmatic assessment. Very practical, I agreed solemnly, playing along. The dragons would have two bonded riders with the same priorities. Our magical abilities could develop in tandem. Diplomatic relations would be simplified. All excellent points, she said, stepping closer. But is that why you're asking? I shook my head, dropping the pretense. No. I'm asking because I love you, Daenerys Stormborn. Because something in you calls to something in me that transcends politics or magic or dragons. Because I want to build a future with you that's more than just survival or power, a future with purpose and meaning and joy. The smile that bloomed across her face was like sunrise after the longest night. Well, when you put it that way, yes. Yes, I will marry you, Haeron Fyreheart. The dragons, as if understanding the significance of the moment, raised their heads and released small jets of flame toward the ceiling in what almost seemed a celebration. Drogon's fire burned black-red, Regal's a deep emerald, and Viserion's gold-tinged, three distinct colors marking the moment when their riders formalized the bond that had been growing since that first meeting in Pentos. As I drew Daenerys into my arms again, sealing our betrothal with another kiss, I felt a sense of rightness that I had rarely experienced in either of my lives. The path ahead would not be easy. Viserys and the Dothraki still threatened from the east, Robert Baratheon from the west, and somewhere in the far north, the threat I had glimpsed in dreams gathered strength. But we would face those challenges together, with dragons at our side and fire in our blood. The Dragon Mage King and his Targaryen Queen, united in purpose and in heart, building something new from the ashes of the old. A new age had begun. And we would write its story together. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.